Welcome to the special magistrate hearing for March 26, 2026. If you wish to speak at today's proceedings, please stand and raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings? Yes. Thank you. Have a seat and please silence all devices.
Good morning. Our first case, page 39, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2602-0521, case address 1220 Southwest 26th Street, owner Green Arbor Management Corp., posted at property 3526, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on February 21st, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 15-33A, the rental apartment building at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2303-0904. 18-4C, there are multiple derelict vehicles on the swale. There is a black Nissan and silver Acura with an expired tag. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2303-0904. 26-129B4, there are multiple vehicles parked within 30 feet from a stop sign on this property. 47-2.2.Q.3, there is a visibility construction for motorists of the side triangle at this corner B2 zone property within the 25 feet permitted for streets and intersection and above the height of 2.5 feet, permitted by the ULDR section 47-35.1, including but not limited to landscaping material, plants, and a dumpster enclosure in the height of 74 inches. This is creating a hazard to the health, safety, and welfare of the residents. 47-20.20.H, the parking facility at this P2 zone property is in disrepair. The asphalt is worn out, cracked, and uneven. The markings are faded or missing. 47-34.1.A.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this B2 zone property. Illegal land use consisting of, but not limited to, tools, ladders, furniture, and miscellaneous items being kept on the rear and sides of the property. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2303-0904. 6-6, a chicken coop has been erected at the rear of this property, and chickens and roosters are being kept and maintained. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas on the front court, backyard, west side, and the swale facing southwest 13th Avenue of a dead and or missing ground cover. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-363, the free landlord application has not been submitted or is incomplete. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 19, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 15 days to comply for violations 18-12A, 26-129B4, 6-6, 47-34.1.A.1, and 9-363, and 63 days for violations 15-33A, 47-2.2.Q.3, 47-20.20.H, 9-305B, and 9-306, or a fine of $150 per day per violation thereafter, and a finding of fact on complied violation 18-4C. Yes. 15 days for 18-12A, 26-129B4, 6-6, 47-34.1.A.1, and 9-363, or $150 per day per violation.
Abraham Weintraub, Vice President of Green Arbor Management.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time limits requested by the city?
So we take care of the ones, most of those we take care of.
Presently.
Yeah, most of of those early items have been taken care of. He just has to go by to confirm that. So yeah, the 15 days is fine. But the other one, 60 days, is going to be kind of short. We've got to do, we got to move a dumpster that's actually been in that position for 15 years. So we're going to have to go get permits and get architects and all that kind of stuff. And we'll also have to do the driveway. We have to resurface that. So it's going to take us, I imagine, with inspections or permits, inspections, and getting it done, probably 120 days, 150 days. If we can get 150 days, would be great.
Okay.
No objection.
Okay, so 119 days. So all the 63s will turn to 119 days or $150 thereafter. And if you run into a problem, make sure you keep in touch with the inspector. Otherwise, fines will start to accrue. Okay? Thank
you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 28. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 26020037, case address 610 Carolina Avenue, owner Islanders Homes Investment LLC, posted at property 3326, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Good morning, everyone. Inspector Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first, reading in the case, sorry, that was just read in. This property was first inspected on 2/3/26 and the following violations were observed. 18-4(c). There are 2 derelict vehicles on the property. A blue Volkswagen Jetta with flat passenger side tires and no license plate is parked in the driveway, and there is also a white Toyota Corolla with no license plate parked inside the carport. There has been contact with the property owner regarding the cited violations, and as per pre-hearing inspection dated 3/25, the property does remain out of compliance. However, due to personal reasons explained to me by the property owner, the city is requesting 91 days or $100 per day thereafter.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Maurice Walker.
Are you in agreement with bringing the property into compliance within 91 days?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Make sure if you run into a problem,
Thank you
keep
very
in touch.
much.
Thanks.
Rachel.
I'm hanging in there.
Our next case, page 56. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 24100679, case address 272 Southwest 28th Terrace, owner Carolina Gomez. This case was first heard 2/27/25 to comply by 5/29/25. There are 2 suspensions noted on the agenda, 3 suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections complied at $50 per day for a total of $14,300, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Inspector Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read. This property was first brought before the Special Magistrate on 2/27/25, and at that Special Magistrate hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 91 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter. At the Special Magistrate hearing dated 7/24/25, Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 63-day extension. At the Special Magistrate hearing, 9/25, Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 77-day extension. At the Special Magistrate hearing dated 1/13, Special Magistrate Duty granted an additional 56-day extension. During the post-magistrate inspection dated 3/10/26, the property was found to be in compliance. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 3/25/26, the property remains in compliance. The property owner is here to speak on behalf of her property.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Carolina Mikeska.
Okay. Carolina, why did it take so long to bring the property into compliance?
My husband and I both had some medical issues. He had 3 fingers amputated. I was, out of work for the last 3 months due to Bell's palsy. So we've had some issues in the interim. We have resolved the paver issue, and since I was made aware of these violations, I have worked on resolving them, and I have maintained contact with my inspector. So I am asking if you could waive these fines.
Okay. Anyone from the
The
city?
city's not opposed.
Not opposed? Okay. What are the city costs?
The city cost is a total of $1,298.
Okay. Normally, I'd impose city costs of $1,298. Are you in agreement with that?
Is there any way you could waive that just because we have tons of medical bills and we're not really in a financial
Okay.
position?
City have any objection to waiver?
No objections.
Okay. All right. I'm going to waive, and good luck to you and your husband.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 62, Inspector Edward Eason. Case number CE 23050197. Case address 915 Southwest 2nd Court. Owner Gary L. Musichuk and Stephanie Wedgeworth. This case was first heard 7/25/24 to comply by 12/10/24. There are 3 suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections not complied to $50 per day for a total of $200. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning. Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2305-0197 for the property located at 915 Southwest 2nd Court. At the Special Magistrate hearing on 9/25/25, Special Magistrate Flynn granted 182 extension and in order to reappear at today's hearing. A notice of hearing was posted to the property on 3/10/26. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 3/25/26 and the property remained in violation. The property owner has been in communication with the city and provided evidence of progress being made. The city is okay with granting an extension of 119 days with an order to reappear, if not in compliance.
Okay. Please state your names for the record.
Gary Musichuk.
Stephanie Wedgeworth.
Okay. Are you in agreement with the 119-day extension and an order to reappear?
I've provided you some papers
Yeah, I
there with the
looked at that.
progress
You're
of
waiting on a
the
program?
grant program,
Uh-huh.
and we'd like a maximum extension. The work should begin by the 119 days, but that's to elevate the home, and the remaining work to rebuild the home and
Okay,
the
so why
access
don't we
to the
start
home.
with the 119 days, and then you come back on my July 23rd docket and give me a progress report. And
Okay.
as long as you keep being diligent, we'll try to work with you.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Our next case, page 60, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25050120, case address 2730 Southwest 1st Court, numbers 1 and 2, owner 335 Northwest 28th Street, LLC. This case was first heard 9/25/25 to comply by 10/30/25. 1 suspension from 12/11/25 to 1/29/26. 1 section complied at $100 per day, $9,600 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Inspector Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read. This property was first brought before the Special Magistrate on 9/25/25, and the Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 35 days to comply, or $100 per day thereafter. At the Special Magistrate hearing dated 12/11, Special Magistrate Flynn granted an additional 49-day extension. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 3/25/26, the property does remain out of compliance. The city is requesting the full fines be opposed. However, the property manager is here to speak on behalf of the property.
Okay. What's not in compliance? Am I on the right case?
We still have areas of landscaping since it's,
I have it as complied.
yes, the swell area is, but he has driveway that he has to take care of, and he's aware of the other areas of the landscaping that is to be. The
Okay.
city completed their part.
Okay, so 305B is not complied.
No.
Okay. All right. Okay. Please state your name
Good
for the
morning.
record.
Angel
Good morning.
Garcia. Yes.
And why is this taking so long?
The delay was during the item that was pending was the putting grass area in the parts that were missing. But in conversations with the code inspector, we came to the conclusion that to alleviate a lot of the problems and another drainage problems that were occurring in that area, which is typical, to do the soil agreement with the city of Fort Lauderdale. By the time I signed the agreement right away, which I gave a copy to the inspector. From the time it was signed to the time it was completed, it took the city of Fort Lauderdale almost 2 months to come out and finally drain it. I told her as soon as it was
All right,
ready.
but she's saying it's not completed yet. So how much time do you need to fully complete it?
Well, I have my guys coming in on Saturday now that it is finally completed, so 30 days is more than enough.
Not opposed.
Okay, all right. So I'll give you 35 days, and I'll suspend the fines during that time.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 56, Inspector Bernstein Seinberg, case number CE 2506-0726, case address 301 Southwest 21st Street, owner Matt J. Baker. This case was first heard 9/25/25 to comply by 11/6/25, one suspension from 12/11/25 to 2/26/26, one section not complied at $100 per day, $6,300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. This is a request for extension.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case number CE 25060726, property address at 301 Southwest 21st Street. This property was inspected on August 7th, 2025 for the following violations. 47-19.1.d complied. 47-19.2.HH.II.2. There is a shipping container in the rear of this RM15 zone property being used for personal good or living space without a permit. A permit is required prior to the placement of the PCU or on a property in conformance with the requirement of the regulation. The permit shall be posted in conspicuous location at the site for the entire time the portable storage unit is on property. 9280H1 complied. A notice of hearing posted on January 7th, 2026. A pre-hearing inspection on March 11th, 2026 revealed a violation stated is not in compliance. I have been in contact I have been in communication with the property owner. As of today, the following permit has been applied since November 25, 2025. The following permits are pending. We have a after-the-fact plumbing permit, after-the-fact mechanical permit, after-the-fact new construction for added space, and after-the-fact electrical permit.
Okay, and, okay, any recommendation from the city?
We're not opposed to an extension.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Matt Baker.
Good morning, Mr. Baker. How much time do you need to complete this, you think?
It's hard to say. I would like 60 days, but I'm literally waiting for the last part of corrections we sent through. It could be any day, you know. I don't know.
Okay. Any opposition to 63 days?
No opposition to 63 days.
Okay, all right.
Just one question. Is that a 60 days and then I come to another court hearing, or is it 60 days and then I get fined?
Are you requesting an order to reappear, or is 63 days sufficient?
We appear because I'm not sure if he's going to get the permit.
Okay, this is what I'll tell you. I'll issue an order to reappear, but if it comes into compliance before, just have the inspector go out there and we'll take it off the calendar.
I'm hoping, literally, I think we should have it in the next few days.
Okay,
so
good.
Let's pray.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Our next case, page 3, Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 26010796, case address 71 Compass Isle, owner Jonathan P. and Catherine L. Ferrando, posted at property 3526, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
So
Senior Code Officer Robert Crock presenting on behalf of the city. Case number and case address as read. This property was first inspected on 1/25/2026 following a request for assistance from FLPD. The following violations were observed. 17-71, there's amplified sound coming from this residential property that's plainly audible for 25 feet from the property line after 10 p.m. We're asking for a $250 fine. Violation 17-710A, which was withdrawn. Violation 17-755, which is withdrawn. Violation 26-129, withdrawn. Violation 47-341A1. There's illegal land use occurring at this property, at a residential property. Property was being utilized for an unpermitted event. Indicators of commercial event activity include amplified sound, live band, professional lighting, hostess stands, branding, catering staff, presence of commercial vehicles. We're asking for a $500 fine. And violation 47-344B1, which is withdrawn. So in total, a $750 fine.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. Robert Lockery on behalf of the homeowners.
Good morning.
And we understand and agree with the recommended fines.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Our next case, page 54. Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 25010161, case address 1121 Northwest 5th Court, owner Fabiola Nozine. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 7/6/25 and 8/28/25. There are two suspensions noted on the agenda. Two sections complied at $100 per day, $7,300 accrued. Three sections not complied at $100 per day, $34,150 accrued, for a total of $41,450. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Vanessa Willis, Senior Code Compliance Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting case as read. The case was first heard on June 26, 2025, with an order to comply by July 6, 2025, and then 8/28, 2025. And after that, case was heard November 6, 2025. Special Master Duty withdrew 9-363.
Do you swear or affirm to translate from English to Creole and from Creole to English?
I do.
No problem. Okay. Vanessa Willis, Senior Code Compliance Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case as read. Okay. The case was first heard on June 26, 2025, with an order to comply by July 6, 2025, and August 28, 2025. That order was placed by Special Master Flynn. On November 6, 2025, Special Master Duty withdrew 9-363 and granted a 35-day extension. And on December 11, 2025, Special Master Flynn allowed 49 days extension. To date, the following are complied.
Please silence all devices.
To date, with the last reinspection conducted on yesterday, March 25th, 2025, 18-4 parentheses C was complied. 9-305B was complied. And as I stated before, violation 9-363 was withdrawn. So the following remain: violation 47-34.1.A.1, violation 9-306, and violation 9-308B. The city is requesting.
That is complied.
You're right. I'm sorry. That was complied on December 10th, 2025. I apologize.
All right.
The city is requesting full imposition of fines and the administrative costs.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Fabiola Nozine.
Okay. Have you explained to her what is left to do here?
Sorry. Not yet, Your Honor. So I'll be explaining to her right now.
Okay.
Juge lan di kon sa ke, code officer di kon sa ke ou gen machine nan ki pa ou suppose comply avec machine nan. Yeah, on machine rouge. Li di kon sa ba yo ke ou gen ki store dehors, li di pou ramasser yo. Et puis li di kon sa kailan suppose peinturer, so suppose peinturer kailan. Okay, so basically she's saying that there's nothing stored outside. The outdoor storage has been removed. The house will be painted Monday coming up. So she's saying basically everything has been cleaned. So the outdoor storage has been removed, and she'll be painting the house soon.
Oh. So is she requesting more time? What is she requesting? Because according to the photos, if you look, the fascia still hasn't been painted.
All right, if it's being painted on Monday.
There.
So,
is this?
yeah, no, let me explain to her. So basically, the code officer a dit comme ça que l'on regarde ouais réel porte ça li pas peinturé, so faut peinturer ça faut peinturer ça. What about the landscape?
And the landscape is fine. I complied that.
Okay.
She put grass down. But see how that stuff is there on the side of the shed?
So, yeah. So basically, she's saying that when she bought the house, those stuff stored on the side of the shed right there.
I don't care.
Yeah. So. Okay. So juge lan di kon sa li pa ça pas important pour lui faut retirer dehors.
It's just what happened is, and I realize that she's done a lot from the beginning up until now. She's done quite a bit. However, there's still items. If you look here on the pictures, let's let her look at the photos as they pass by, and the ones that have you see the date down at the bottom, which was like yesterday's date. She still has quite a bit of items that's stored on the back of the property and underneath the carport area.
Li di kon sa que sous garder que après date que photo te prend hier, li di kon sa tout ça qui store en bas ça, so c'est pour tirer même sous côté kailan tout ça c'est pour tirer ça sous côté kailan. So basically, she's saying those that are stored on the carport or chairs, and then she's waiting for the bulk trash to come so she can put them out.
Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you 15 days, and that's going to be your very last extension to get the house painted and everything picked up.
Ok, so, juge lan di kon sa la bo 15 jours c'est dernier jour la ba ou 15 jours seulement. Après ça, pas bon jour encore pour peinturer kailan, pour étirer tout bas qui ou mettre en bas porte là. So basically, she's saying those stuff that are stored on the carport and on the side of the property of a bulk trash. So bulk trash is on the third Monday of the month, so she will need time to put them out because she can put them out before time.
All right.
So April 10th, Special Magistrate.
What?
April 10th.
April 10th.
You said 15 days? Or...
Yes, but if bulk trash is not going to be picked up till the 13th, then she's going to get fined for.
No, it's.
third Monday is the 13th of April.
Special Magistrate, to your left. We can give 35 days.
All right, thank you. Okay, 35 days. I'll suspend the fines during that period of time, but that's the last extension. Please tell her that.
Juste dit comme ça, il y a 35 jours, ces derniers 35 jours là-bas, après ça, pas de jour encore. Does she accrue any fines? Is there any fine accruing?
She's already accruing fines, yes.
Okay. So, il dit oui que vous gagnez comme yo charge, but like avant que yo campé comme yo charge yo, pour le moment il y a campé comme yo charge yo, but for peinture calan faut être tout bas. So, l'offre peinture calan fin fait tout ça et puis on va parler avec code officer.
Okay? All
Thank
right.
you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 64, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 25100790, case address 1780 Southwest 30th Place, owner Bridget Fox and John Fitzgerald Bonnaby. This case was first heard 12926 to comply by 32626 and 62626. 3 sections not complied at $50 per day. Fine start 62626. And 32726.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case and address as read. The case was last heard on January 29, 2026 by Special Magistrate Flint. 26 extension to comply for violations 18-1 and 147 days to comply for 9-305B and 9-304B, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 25, 2026. The property remains in violation. This is a request for an extension.
Okay, please state your name for the record. Okay, you need to turn the microphone on and speak into it. You need to turn it on.
Bridget Fox.
Okay, thank you. All right, why is this property not in compliance yet?
Right now, we have a lot of stuff going on, but we are working on it. Currently, we've moved a lot of the things into place in order for the rocks to get put in place for the drainage, and that's pretty much it. We're just in process. What he's talking about is because we moved everything to the front in order to organize them in a better way. We have vehicles and some boats.
And how much time are you asking for?
Well, I was...
State your name for the record.
Oh, my name's John Bonnaby.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm currently working on the landscape and also, working on the landscape and everything. I can show you current pictures of what it looks like right now at this minute. I don't know if you went by recently.
Special Magistrate, Supervisor Brown, the city would suggest 91 days for 18-1.
Okay.
Because those are old pictures. The driveway has been cleaned and blacktop, okay, yeah. So that's that, and I'm just waiting for it to dry, and then I'll move that back. The area where the truck is, I've already weeded out the area, like that the rocks are gonna go.
Okay.
And we are hiring somebody. They're going to come and they're going to help to put the rocks down. I wouldn't be able to put it down, but there's a guy that he's going to put the rocks down. So I was just creating the area where he's going to put it. I'll put the landscaping fabric because that's simple, and then he'll help with lifting and everything.
Okay, I'll grant you a 91-day extension, and I'll suspend the fines during that time.
Okay,
all right.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Our next case, page 51, Inspector Aleda Mesa, case number CE 25050600, case address 4711 Northeast 28th Avenue, owner Renovatech LLC. This case was first heard 9/9/25 to comply by 9/19/25 and 10/14/25. One section complied at $500 per day for a total of $91,500. One section complied at $100 per day for a total of $15,800. Total $107,300, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Senior Code Compliance Officer Vanessa Willis for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25050600 at 4711 Northeast 28th Avenue on behalf of Officer Mesa. At the Special Master hearing on September 9, 2025, Special Master duty ordered 35 days to comply for violation 9-280H1 and 10 days to comply for 18-12A, or $100 per day per violation thereafter. Special Master duty also ordered 10 days to comply for violation 18-11 parentheses B, or $500 per day thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 25th, 2026, and all violations were complied. And the city is requesting the full imposition of fines along with the administrative costs.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Rosa Dalio. I'm the owner of the Renovatec and owner of the house.
Okay. Why did it take so long to get this property into compliance? State your name.
My name is Darius. I'm the general contractor.
Okay.
He's based in Canada, so I know ignorance isn't, an excuse, but we have proof here of conversations with some inspectors, everything, where we had everything lined up months ago, and we changed the address. They were sending an address to a property that doesn't have any access to, which is not the property that the mail should have been going to. So immediately on the 26th, when they came out, they finally put something on the door. Me and him were there. We fixed the violations the same day. This is the first time we heard about the violations. Previously, everybody said that everything was okay.
What address were the notices going to?
It wasn't going to the address with us, so we're not even sure. It was going to an old address, maybe?
To the address of record as per Broward County property appraisers. I believe that address is the address 4711 Northeast 28th Avenue. There is no alternate address that has been listed with Broward County property appraisers.
I believe it was going to...
You see, I changed the address in the Soundbees. When I bought this house, I changed all the address to the new property. But in the Soundbees...
what you're showing me is Sunbiz, and that's for corporations.
I believe that the violation was going to an empty house in Boca. That's what the inspector that came and told us on the 26th. Said it was going to a home in Boca.
Special Magistrate. The mailing address for 4711 Northeast 28th Avenue is 600 North Andrews Avenue, number 617 in Fort Lauderdale.
We just changed it.
So that's now, but the file reveals, Your Honor, and for the record, Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office, the printout from BCPA at the time, the property address was, the mailing address was 630 Northeast 164th Street, North Miami Beach. And so that's where the
we have no recollection of that address, ma'am.
Right, and the violations are also posted at the property, so that is proper service, and it's also posted at City Hall. So there was due process on that. I'm not certain when he actually changed the address to what he wanted it to be, but if someone was going by the property, especially because of the nature of the violation, you have a swimming pool in the back that is not being maintained. There was dark, dirty water in the back there. The photos will come up soon, and it was, very accessible. Like anyone could have walked back there, a child could have walked back there. So it was a life safety issue.
We have proof of the violation being fixed. The side gate that you're talking about, where it was accessible, plywood was put up, and it was no longer accessible. This was last year.
Right, but it's according to the violation, that fence should have been somewhere where it has a self-locking gate on it, and it didn't. Remember, initially there was a screen patio around it, and that probably had the proper lock. However, the screens were broken, so all you had to do is reach your hand in and open it. So that didn't suffice, and then they tore it down.
Yes.
So this is the issue. The pool was left unmaintained for quite some time.
My apologies, and apologies to the property owner and to Your Honor, because I was handed two files and I was looking at the wrong thing. The gentleman is correct. The original mailing address, so I was looking at a different case, I apologize, did go because it was weird, 859 Jeffrey Street in Boca, and there is the printout from BCPA at the time that shows that was the address on file with the property appraiser. So it was subsequently changed, but again, the law requires us to cite where the property appraiser lists. And this was 82125 Renovatech, 859 Jeffrey Street, number 806, Boca Raton.
And also, Special Magistrate, also bear in mind that you are able to go through lien amnesty now that you are in compliance, so that is an option to you.
Yes, we were aware of that option.
You have a choice, okay? I can give you a fine today, and so far you've accrued $107,300.
Yes.
Okay. If you go through amnesty, I think it's reduced to like 15% or something. 15%.
And what would be the fine today?
I can't tell you that. You have to make a choice. I have to either order the entire amount and then you go to amnesty, or you can request a reduced amount and then I will decide what that's going to be.
And the decision will be made today?
Yes.
What do you want to do?
Yeah, it's 100. Yeah, I mean, it's a solid bet to go to amnesty because that's 15%. And I've got to tell you that stagnant green pools are a pet peeve of mine.
Man, we have
They
the
are a
proof.
danger to the community.
We have the proof where the pool was empty. There was no water in the pool till recently. When the fine was given to us, we did exactly what was told, empty the pool completely. There was no stagnant water. And we have the pictures right here. There was nothing. It also...
And what's the date of that?
But also...
Send it inspection all these pictures. It's 18th of July.
18th of July. Show this to the inspector.
Special Magistrate.
There's no date on this picture.
Special Magistrate.
Yeah.
Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. It's just a little alarming because the overgrowth and trash was complied of June 2025, and the pool violation and the fence violation weren't complied until March of 2026.
Yeah. I can't give you legal advice, but amnesty's more of a sure bet.
It's a fixed amount.
It's a fixed amount.
It's a fixed amount by resolution, so you go through that process.
Because
yeah,
I believe
it's
that this
15%.
property was left in a dangerous condition.
All right. We'll
So-
do amnesty, yeah.
Okay, all right, so I'll impose the fine, and you can take that to amnesty.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
The ladies at the back can give you information on that. Yes.
We're going to ask once again that you please silence all electronic devices. This proceeding is being recorded, and the ringtones are disparaging the recording. Thank you. And if you need to take a phone call, please feel free to step down the stairs to take your phone calls. Our next case, page 55, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2502-0579, case address 1530 Northwest 11th Street, owner Panasa LLC. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 8/28/25. 4 sections not complied at $100 per day, $84,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Magistrate. Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2502 0579, property address 1530 Northwest 11th Street. This case was first heard on July 24, 2024, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city. Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 35 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter for all violations. At this time, all violation remains. The city is requesting all fines to be imposed and to continue to accrue until the property is complied.
Please state your name for the record.
Antonietta Draicchio.
Pardon me?
Antonietta Draicchio, my name.
Okay. This is taking too long.
Yeah, is a property burned out from the tenant. It's totally burned out inside. There was a fire. Thank God everybody left in life. But the problem is, for fix this, we need we already contact a lot of them. An engineer for the roofing, an engineer for the structure, an architect, and plus the driveway need to be removed because it's not in the right position for us to do all the repair inside. So we want to comply, but it takes a long time to prepare the paperwork for this house to be repaired.
Okay, but what have you done? This has been going on since July 24th. What have you done?
We contact so many people. We cannot do it. He asked for put some gravel, put some grass. I will do that, but unfortunately, that needs to be ripped off. So for me, it's already $200,000 in damage with people created inside. So I had to do all the electrical. I need an electrical engineer. I need a lot of stuff. You can go, it's public, it's burned, the house is just a shell. So we had to do all of that. It takes time to recruit the paperwork. The property is a small property, so a lot of professionals, they don't want to even deal with it, because it's not worthy for them. Even if we want to pay, we called at least 20 companies, GC and stuff like that. Finally, we found somebody, it's a small company. We give some deposit. They started to do a little bit of study on it. But it's not easy because the trust of the house is exposed. And when those are exposed, we don't know if we can save even the property. So that's why it takes so long. It's a long study to do it. We call almost every day to see if somebody can do it. That's why. That's the reason.
So, Your Honor, I just thought I would bring to Your Honor's attention, this corporate entity owns 60 properties in Broward County.
Can I say something?
Not yet.
Okay, sorry.
They own 60 properties in Broward County, so again, a little bit different posture than some of the homeowners present. They have the means, certainly, to make those connections and get the work done, in my opinion, based upon the fact that they're a significant landholder in the county.
Okay.
Can I say something? Sorry.
Please do not speak when someone else is speaking. It
Sorry,
messes with the record.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah, that's the second time you've done that.
Sorry, I apologize 2 times.
Okay. Well, you're interrupting me to apologize. All right. Is this an unsafe structure at this point?
Morning, Your Honor. Just a quick correction for the record. The case was read on July 24, 2025 instead of 2024.
Right.
At this point right now, Your Honor, I would say no, that's not a sign of unsafe structure at the property.
Special Magistrate, Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale, there are no permits at all in the system, and due to the time that the case has been opened and the lack of effort that we've seen, we're opposed to any extensions.
Okay. I'm not granting any more extensions. I don't think a diligent enough effort has been made on any of these things. And so the fines will continue to accrue. If you find that the property is unfixable, you can demolish it. But at this point, I have not seen enough diligence on the part of the company that owns this property in order to support an additional extension. So, thank you.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 44, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 2602-0379, case address 2506 Bimini Lane, owner FLJCG Investments LLC, posted at property 22826, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 26020379, property address 2506 Bimini Lane. Violation was observed. 15-282D1A. There are 3 violations of the city's ordinance, which constitutes a request for a 180-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate. The qualifying violation case is CE 25110429, and the violations were 17-7.1A residential amplified sound, 15-2781E vacation rental parking violation, 15-2755 responsible party failed to respond. That's a total of 3 violations. The city is requesting the full 180-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate. And I would like to note at the special magistrate hearing on January 13, 2026, special magistrate duty imposed fines for case CE 25110429 in favor of the city.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
I was on?
There you go.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Good morning. My name Ferdinand George.
Okay, all right. Unfortunately, I don't have much discretion in this matter because once there's 3 violations, the way the code reads is that I shall suspend. Okay. So it really doesn't afford me any leeway in order to grant less than that. Do you have any people on the books for this property coming up?
I currently have people, and I have people for the next couple of months.
Okay. I can do one of 2 things. I can suspend it beginning today, and that would start the clock rolling so you get to the 180 days quicker, or I can have it take effect in 60 days so that you can continue to clear your calendar of residents.
If that's the only option, I would opt for the 60 days. If you don't mind, I would like to state, how you doing, boss? When this was first brought to my attention, the record will show that I was trying to present that at the time the Airbnb was not being operated, and because of as an Airbnb, it was being used by me at the time. And the 3rd violation, which is the one that was called to the owner, I didn't realize that call was coming to me because I have property management who I thought at the time had the call going to them. You can see that attempts was made thereafter, as soon as I got the violation, that I understand you have no leeway. I'm just saying that attempt was made, so any discretion would be appreciated. And if nothing can be done, I understand the 60 days would be a preference.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's really not much I can do. I realize it's a harsh result, but when there are 3 violations, that's the way the code reads.
No, I understand.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. So it will take effect in 60 days.
What date would that be? May 25th. May 25th. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 5, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 25120274, case address 2430 Northwest 28th Terrace, owner Curtis Thomas, posted at property 22626, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address. Property was inspected on 12/9 and the following violations were observed. 9-313A has complied. 9-363, failure to register for residential dwelling in the city. 9-305B, the landscape on the property is not maintained in a neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of missing and ground cover. 9-278E, the hurricane shutters are closed and covering the windows at this occupied property. 9-305B, the driveway is in disrepair. The driveway has cracks and potholes and needs to be resurfaced. There are trailers and vehicles on the lawn area. 18-4C has complied. 18-1 has complied. An inspection report was posted at the property on 12/9/25, and a notice of hearing was posted on 2/26/26. As of pre-hearing inspection on 3/25, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days or $50 a day thereafter for each violation.
Okay, including the hurricane shutters?
He could get that done pretty quickly.
Yeah.
We
all
could
right.
give him, we'll do 10 days on that.
Yeah, okay. All right, please state your name for the record.
Curtis Thomas.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring everything else, it looks like you made a start, everything else into compliance within 63 days, with the exception of the hurricane shutters, because that's a fire hazard. I want those down in 10 days. How's that?
Want them down or up?
Up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or off. Request an additional 30 days, if I may.
Pardon me?
Additional 30 days in addition to the 63 days.
Okay. Let's start with the 63 days, and if you have a problem, you can contact the inspector and request more time, okay?
All right. Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, what? Oh, okay, sir. Let me bring to your attention, I'm also going to require 10 days for the registration. That can be done online.
Yes, I have the information now.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, so take care of that within 10 days as well.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Our next case, page 51, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 2502-0634, case address 2201 Northwest 6th Place, owner Prakash Babula. Posted, this case was first heard 9/9/25 to comply by 9/19/25 and 11/19/25. One suspension from 2/10/26 to 3/10/26. Two sections complied at $100 per day, $22,000 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Name, case, and address as read. At the Special Magistrate on 2/10/2026, the hearing, Special Magistrate duty granted a 28-day extension. Violation 1812A complied on 3/4/2026, being out of compliance for 138 days. Violation 47, TAC 21 9.M, complied on 3/9/2026, being out of compliance for 82 days. Property was posted on 3/10/2026. As of today's date, all violations are complied. However, the city is requesting a full imposition of fines, and the owner is here to speak.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Brackett.
Okay, why did it take so long to pick up the trash? I mean, it was out of compliance for 138 days.
It was more so much the grass. I couldn't get the Bahia grass.
No, that's a different violation. I'm asking you about trash, rubbish, and debris that was on the property that went out of compliance for 138 days.
Well, the grass in this location is a very busy intersection, and it's almost daily pickup. The officer could tell you it's opposite Fat Boy's barbecue. So people always passing through stuff. But I always pick up. I was there this morning. I picked up. So I tried to stay in compliance. I put a fence around the property also to stop that. So I'm doing whatever I could do, I think, to stay in compliance.
Okay. Is it?
No.
Did you want to add anything?
No, I just wanted to provide you a visual of where the barbecue place is here. Usually the cars all line up here, so sometimes it's kind of hard, you know, we have the trash and everything that's being dumped there. He does come, he does keep in contact with me, but sometimes it's, you have a lot of traffic in that section.
Okay, all right. And what are city costs in this matter? Yeah. All right. Is this your home, sir?
No, this is a private piece of land, empty piece of land.
Oh, it's a vacant land.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a vacant lot.
All right. You know, unfortunately, even though it's a vacant property and even though it's in a busy area, you're still required to keep it up.
Yes.
Okay. All right. But I think you're trying anyway. So I'm going to reduce the fine to $1,200. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 48. Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25060039, case address 1345 Northeast 3rd Avenue, owner Eric H. Eldridge. This case was first heard 9/25/25 to comply by 10/10/25. One section complied at $100 per day, $6,200 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning. Code Officer Malik Jones presenting on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case CE 250-60039 in reference to the address of 1345 Northeast 3rd Avenue. This case was presented to the Special Magistrate on September 25, 2025 in reference to the following violations. 18-12.A, complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its well. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 230-60517. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. 9-304B, complied. 9-305A, complied. The city is requesting a full amount to be imposed in reference to the violation of 18-12A.
Okay, I see you want a finding of fact on 9-305A. What about 9-304B?
Yes, my apologies, Your Honor.
Okay. And then there's a fine for the overgrowth trash, and it's a recurring of $6,200. Okay, please state your name for the record.
Eric Eldridge.
Okay. Why did it take so long to pick up the trash? And
I was under the impression of the last one that everything was complied other than the driveway coverage. Am I incorrect in that?
What this says was that you were supposed to comply by December 11th, and it was out of compliance for 62 days after that.
So as soon as, under my impression, the last time it was just the driveway, I had taken a loan out to re-rock the driveway after that, which only did about half. It wasn't as much as I expected. And then for the December case, unfortunately, my father had passed away, and I was out of town for that, so I apologize for missing that, which didn't help financially. But I have been, thank you, I have been working on the rock coverage, which I'm getting there close. I plan by the end of next week to have it finished. You can see the new white rocks in the picture there. And then I am working with a landscaper to come in and redo all of the mulch and everything like that, which I'm trying to just schedule that in the next couple weeks. So I would ask to reduce for me able to be able to financially do that.
Okay.
Special Magistrate.
Pardon?
Just to clarify, the initial Special Magistrate compliance date was October the 10th, 2025.
Oh, okay.
On my post-magistrate inspection, the violation was still out of compliance. Another post-magistrate inspection was conducted on December 11, 26, which is when it was finally complied.
Oh, okay, all right. I misread that, okay. All right. All right, for 304B and 305A, there's no fine today, but because this is a recurring violation, if it happens again, you will be fined. So that's how that works. And for 812A, I'll reduce the fine to $800. But it's also a recurring case, so next time there'll be no leeway.
Thank you. Do I pay that at the
You'll
city?
get an order in the mail
I'll get an
with
order in the mail.
instructions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 50, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2508-0004, case address 405 Southwest 25th Terrace, owner Tony Hume. This case was first heard 11/6/25 to comply by 12/11/25. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $10,500 accrued. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $5,500 accrued, for a total of $16,000. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Ramon Olivera, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-80004 for the property located at 405 Southwest 25th Terrace. The case was first heard on November 6, 2025, where Special Magistrate Duty ordered 35 days to comply or a daily fine of $50 per day for each violation until compliance is met. Violation 47-19.2.II.2.C complied on February 4th, 2026, and was out of compliance for 55 days.
Okay, that's the same.
Violation 47-19.2.II.4.A complied on February 4th, 2026, and was out of compliance for 55 days. Violation 9-305B complied on March 25th, 2026, and was out of compliance for 104 days. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on March 25th, 2026, violation 47-34.1.A.1 remains out of compliance. The city is requesting full imposition of fines, with daily fines continuing to accrue until compliance is met.
Please state your name for the record.
Yeah, my name Tony.
Okay.
Yes.
Why is this property still not in compliance?
Because the guy took the money and then he left, and then I don't work, and now I got a job. That's why I done everything. I do the right, everything except something in the back I have to move. So give me more time to move.
How much time do you think you need?
Like a month. I did everything really except to move everything in the back. That's it.
Okay. All right, I'll give you 35 days and suspend the fines during that period of time, but you got to get rid of all this storage that's out there. Do that first.
Yes,
right
I
away,
will.
okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 15, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 25100657, case address 844 Northwest 12th Terrace, owner Media Global Publishing, Inc., posted at property 31126, posted at 1 East Broward 21926.
Name, case, and address as read. This property was first inspected on 12/1/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 1812A complied. Violation 47, TAC 34, 1.A.1 complied. Violation 9, TAC 304B. The asphalt concrete driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface has cracks and damaged areas that are stained with dirt and oil. Additionally, grass and weeds are growing through the cracks. This applies to the driveway on the west side of the property only. Violation 9, TAC 305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover, including the swell. Violation 9, TAC 306 complied. Violation 9, TAC 363 complied. The property was posted on 3/11/2026. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 3/23/26. The property remained in violation. 4 violations: 9 TAC 304B and 9 TAC 305B. The city is requesting compliance within 63 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Please state your name for the record. Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 63 days or face a fine of $100 a day? You need to turn on the mic.
The challenge, I'm not sure, just because this property, the reason why it got like this is we rented to an elderly gentleman, and he wouldn't allow us to go in and do any. We did what we could on our end, but then to remove the stuff and go into the driveway, that's his truck.
and he wouldn't allow it. So we had to start eviction proceedings, and that's just being finalized now. But I don't have possession yet of the property, so I am not able
Well,
to.
I think 63 days, if everything's all filed in eviction.
Yes.
You know, you may be able to get through it in 63 days. If there's a problem, contact the inspector and request more time. But let's start with 63 days or $100 a day thereafter, and hopefully you can get it wrapped up.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. What? Yeah, that's what he said.
Our next case, page 9. Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25120353, case address 1001 Southwest 25th Avenue, owner FYR SFR Borrower LLC in care Havenbrook Homes, posted at property 22526, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 251-20353 for the property located at 1001 Southwest 25th Avenue. The property was first inspected on December 11th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-280C, complied. 9-304B, complied. The driveway is in disrepair. The driveway has cracks and areas of broken concrete. Furthermore, the driveway is stained and has grass growing through the gravel apron. The violation has complied. However, this is a repeat violation to case CE 250-70385. Repeat violation 9-304B complied on February 4th, 2026, and was out of compliance for 53 days. The city is seeking to impose a fine in the amount of $100 per day for each day repeat violation 9-304B was out of compliance.
Okay, so that's 53 days at $100 a day.
Correct.
$5,300. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. Patrick Malloy on behalf of FYR, Front Yard Homes, Single Family Residence and Progress Residential, the management company.
Okay.
We don't dispute the facts. What we can add to the record, though, is that what we were dealing with is a non-compliant resident who eventually has now skipped and vacated, has abandoned the property. Part of the delay is that the tenant left significant damage internally to the property that had to be repaired. And as you might imagine, as we progress, we do it from the inside out. So the repairs to the driveway and sidewalk don't get damaged by other vendors. There was painting that needed to be done on the property. So, you know, as a normal course, the inside out means that the driveway and the sidewalk will be last. If I can say, one of the items that we spotted as our error is the contractor or someone from the construction department should have appeared and asked for an extension. Mr. Brad Bucks is here as on behalf of the company. That will be his role going forward. So we've identified why we didn't request an extension and what the cause was. Of course, we'd like to see if we can get the fine reduced.
Well, this is a new case, so there wouldn't have been an opportunity for an extension.
Oh,
yeah, it's a new
okay.
case.
Good.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor.
I would just add, Your Honor, that this is a property owner that owns 100 properties in Broward County.
72 in the city of Fort Lauderdale.
All right. I'm going to impose a fine of $3,500.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They have another case.
You have another case?
There's another case, yeah. Next case, page 10. Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2601050. Case address 1001 Southwest 25th Avenue. Owner FYR SFR Borrower LLC in care Havenbrook Homes. Posted at property 22526. Posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 260-10520 for the property located at 1001 Southwest 25th Avenue. The property was first inspected on January 17, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 9-305B, complied. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. This is a recurring violation to case CE 240-50446. As of an inspection conducted on February 12, 2026, the property is in full compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for recurring violation 9-305B.
Okay, can you please state your name again for the record?
Yes, Patrick Malloy on behalf of the owner in Progress Residential.
Okay, so Mr. Malloy, because this is a recurring violation, there'll be no fine today, but if it happens again, like it did in the last case, then you will be fined, or your client will be fined.
Okay. I mean, one of the things that I'd like to mention for the record is we are dealing in this portfolio with a significant recurrence of resident responsibility violations.
Yeah.
And we've had conversations with the Code Compliance Department in the past. We've actually picked up on 18 of the properties directly managing the landscaping and cleanup because the residents were non-compliant consistently. And rather than resorting to our only way to resolve this is eviction, we took on the additional expense of maintaining the properties directly. As a company, you might understand, I think, that it's disturbing to be found as a repeat violator for resident responsibilities. And if what the company's only option is to start going to the eviction process much more quickly. Because we cannot accept the idea that we'll be repeat violators. There's a gentleman here that was earlier on 3 violations. They suspended his rental. He suspended his rental certificate. It's a kind of a catch-22 for the company and for the operating company.
Yeah,
When the
that's a separate part of the code because that's vacation rentals.
I understand, but the repeat violation component is of a grave concern to the company. And our hope is that we can continue to work with the residents in the city to bring more of these properties into compliance. But the repeat violation also affects the settlement of code violations because you're no longer allowed to go into the amnesty at 15%. You have to go, I believe, at 50 or 55%. That drives a lot of economics on these properties as well. So if there's anyone that has any suggestions about how we can...
Well, here's a concern from my standpoint, because usually you're given plenty of time to before you get to the repeat violation. There's postings, there's letters that go out, there's time before it's set for hearing. So at any time so the times that you've been given are in addition to all this other time before it even gets before me, okay? And then we don't find even on a recurring violation, we find on a repeat violation, which is one step further. So I think the city is being as lenient as possible and still trying to get compliance.
Our goal is compliance as well. One of the issues that we have, though, is when the residents are trying to avoid compliance and they have an economic interest in the fact that they are violating, and we do hold them financially accountable as well. They do not share the notices with us.
I know, but that's being in the landlord-tenant business.
I understand. And unfortunately, we're going to have to go to the only remedy that's available to us far more frequently, and we've tried to avoid this as much as we can for the last 2 years.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 41, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, Leonard Champagne presenting case number CE 260100904. Case address 401 North Birch Road, number 611. Owner, Margarita Young. Posted at property 21726, posted at 1 East Broward 21926.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case CE 260100904, 401 North Birch Road, number 611. Property was initially inspected on February 4th, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 281A, 15281A. This is an operation of a vacation rental with expired certificate of compliance at this location. This is a repeat violation, see case CE 25020139. Fines shall accrue from the date of the violation was first observed until compliance is met. This case was scheduled for a special magistrate hearing, whether it came into compliance or not. The violation was complied on February 11th, 2026. The advertisement was removed. The city is requesting a fine of $500 for the day the property was out of compliance due to the repeat nature of the violation.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Margarita Young.
Okay.
And I'm Suzanne Young. I'm speaking in her behalf. I'm her daughter.
Okay, Ms. Young. Are you in agreement with the fine of $500 for the repeat violation?
Your Honor, I'd like to state that last year when we had the first violation, it was during a time where my father was sick and he eventually passed. It was a difficult time for all of us. And then this year I thought I manage it for her. She's almost 84 and she's not tech savvy, so I'm doing my best. I have a full-time job as a nurse. I have 3 small kids. And I thought I was in compliance, and I'll show you. And I was surprised when we got the notice and we remedied it right away. In addition, this year I finalized
What made you think you were in compliance?
May I come up to you?
Yeah, you can approach.
We want to go back and talk to the mic just so that the record, you can,
Okay. Linda, you want to look at this?
Yes, I thought that I was in compliance. There's like 3 different certificates, and I have to pay taxes 4 times a year, so it's a lot. And as soon as I knew of it, I went ahead and applied. We paid the $880 already of fines in addition to the renewal fee. So I try to remedy it as quickly as I could. So I'm asking.
What?
Not only we're talking about recurring violation, but on this particular case, okay, it was on the 4th, okay, it was cited on the 4th and complied on the 11th. Because we only have 1 listing showing proof of that 1 violation for that 1 day, that's why we're only asking for the 1 fee of $500.
So I don't want to speak for you, but what I understand, I think you're saying, is that you thought that this business tax receipt, which is current, was the same as the vacation rental, because it's different. This is a business tax, and then you also have to have your...
Yes, I think I got confused there. Yes. I have a binder that I try to keep everything organized, but it's a lot of different certificates that need to be maintained.
Yeah.
And
Your Honor, also, we do see that the vacation rental inspection was passed, but that was passed on 3/19/2026.
Okay. Yeah, when you get a notice of violation, you can comply it by taking the site down and not renting it while you go through and renew and do whatever you have to do.
I did. I just didn't know of the violation because it.
Okay. All right. So you did that, but it was up for 1 day. All right. I'll reduce the fine to $300.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ma'am, do you want to keep your document?
Our next case, page 38, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 26010623, case address 1111 Southwest 32nd Court, owner Pamela Valdez, posted at property 22526, posted at Winnie's Broward 31026.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted in January 2nd, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.A.1 complied. 9-304B, there is a vehicle parked on the grass. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2412-0445. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas on the front lawn of a dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 19th, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 63 days to comply for violations 9-304B and 9-305B, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
Please state your name for the record.
Ricardo Cardona.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 63 days or face a fine of $50 a day?
Correct. This property belongs to my mother-in-law, and we get they have a rental in those two in the duplex. So we've been in contact with Mr. Mohammed and my wife, dealing with the situation because the people that is living right there is having that situation of having that kind of truck right there. And we need to push them to clean really well the area. So we, like I said, we've been telling him we don't want to go to the point to eviction. So we are talking to them. They've been many years right there. So that plus we have the other situation that we need to hire a contractor to fix the rocks that are in the front. We have problem with the first contractor. So now we make a letter to the city to change legally the new contractor that we already signed an estimate to do the process. And so that's in the knowledge of the city. So the idea of my mother-in-law is that we are going to do all at the same time, do the repairs, have a new driveway approach, walkway, and the parking. The other situation that we have with the city is that the unit in the left side is bigger than the other one, and that has 3 parkings, and the other has 2. So we need to find out with the city if we can grandfather the 3 parking in the left side, west, and 2 in the right, but we don't have the answer yet from the city. So we are working on that as well. We have already the survey from the new contractor, and the problem is that I know that the process to finish this is kind faster, but the problem is pushing the people to do the progress in there. So we had the problem with the rentals people right there and with the contractor. So I would like to request, it is possible, 120 days. Not because, again, the difficult to do the process is more the difficult to put everybody to do the stuff, cleaning the area, the car, the tires, the plants, and finish the project, of course, of the construction.
Well, it shouldn't take 120 days to move
Right.
that car.
Correct.
You know, that's absurd.
No, yeah, for the car. It's more for do all the project with the construction, have everything done, the deer, the cars, everything.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
Magistrate, the city suggests 63 days and a mandatory reappearance.
Okay. I think that makes sense because we need to make sure that this stays on track, okay? So let's start with the 63 days, and if it's completed during that time, you won't have to come back. If it's not, you'll be appearing on my May 28th docket, and then you'll give me a progress report, and as long as you stay diligent, I'll work with you, okay?
Sure. Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 22, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25100694, case address 441 Northwest 17th Place, owner Svetlana Garbuzova, posted at property 31426, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Good morning. Code Officer Malik Jones presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case CE 251-00694 for the address of 441 Northwest 17th Place. This case was first cited on October 23, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12.A is complied. There is overgrowth on this property and or its swell. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 222-12-00474. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. 9-304B, complied. There are vehicles parked on the grass/lawn area. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 240-70652. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. The city is seeking a finding of fact for the violations of 9-304B and 18-12.A.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Svetlana Garbuzova.
Okay. Because of the recurring nature of these violations, the city is requesting me to enter a finding of fact, which means that I will make a finding that the violation existed, but you won't get a fine today. But if it happens again, you will be fined. Do you understand? Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You'll get an order in the mail.
Our next case, page 2, Inspector Jean-Claude Noel, case number CE 260100589, case address 901 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner 901 East Sunrise LLC, posted at property 3226, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Good morning. Inspector Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 10/30/2025 for the following violations. Violation 18-1, there's graffiti on the, violation 18-1 is complied. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris surrounding this property and or its swale. This is a reoccurring violation. See previous case number CE 22080-319. Violation 47-20-20H. The parking facility is not being maintained at this property. The parking area needs to be resurfaced and restriped. There are areas of asphalt at the parking lot facility that is cracked and damaged and missing. Violation 9-279E. Correction 28E. This is there are hurricane shutters covering some of the windows of this occupied property. Violation 9-280C. The walkways and the steps are discolored and dirty. Violation 9-280H1. The chain link fence at this buffer wall. The chain link fence and buffer wall at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are areas of the fence that are broken, missing. The buffer wall is dirty and discolored and has graffiti on the 9th and 10th Avenue side of the property. This is a reoccurring violation. See previous case number CE 22080-319. Violation 9-308A. There is growth of landscape material along with accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way on the 9th Avenue side of the property. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover to include the swale. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 25th, 2026. The city is requesting 10 days to comply with violation 18-12A, 9-278E, 9-305A, and or a fine of $100 per day thereafter. The city is requesting 35 days to comply with violation 9-280C, 9-280H1, 9-305B, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter. The city is requesting 63 days to comply with violation 4720-20H, or a fine of $100 per day.
47, did you say?
What did you say, ma'am? I'm sorry.
47-20.
47-20-20H.
Okay, how many days?
63 days, ma'am.
63 days, I'm sorry. I missed
That's okay,
that.
ma'am.
All right.
And the city is requesting a finding of fact for violation -18-12 and violation 9-280H1.
Okay, well, they're not in compliance yet, right? So there'll be a finding of fact with this order. Okay. All right, please state your name.
My name is Claudia Cuevas, and I'm representing 901 East Sunrise LLC.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time requested by the city? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Just make sure you know that. Let me, were you taking notes? Because there's 3 different times. Okay. All right. 18-12-8, the overgrowth is 10 days. The hurricane shutters is 10 days, and the landscape material in the public right-of-way is 10 days. The parking facility, you have 63 days, and the walkway and steps that are discolored and dirty, you have 35 days, and the remaining landscaping that's not in a neat and well-kept appearance is 35 days. Do you understand? Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Our next case, page 43, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 26010824, case address 2442 Bimini Lane, owner 2442 Bimini Lane, LLC, posted at property 3526, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 26010824, property address 2442 Bimini Lane. This property was initially inspected on January 28, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, March 25, 2026, and the following violation remains. 15-272A, as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply, or a fine of $1,000 per day thereafter to be imposed.
Please state your name for the record. Okay, Mr. Bauer, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 15 days or face a fine of $1,000 a day?
So I already paid the fines, and I'm already in the process of getting everything in compliance.
It's got to be done within 15 days, or you need to take that down
Okay.
before that time limit. Otherwise, you're going to get fined more.
Okay.
All right? Do you understand that?
Understood. So the property is being sold. It's going to be taken down within the next 5 to 10 days.
All right.
It's already been blocked off.
My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Inspector, that just blocking it or on, they have to actually take it down. They can't just pause it or whatever.
They can deactivate it to where you can't have any bookings, and that will comply, or they could totally remove the ads.
Okay. But they have to, to comply it, they can pause it?
Yes, ma'am, by totally blocking the dates.
By blocking the dates?
That's pausing it basically to where you can't book a reservation, and that will comply it. However, if it comes back up, then the violation is going to reoccur.
Okay. You understand?
All the dates are blocked, and the house is being sold on the 5th.
Okay. All right. So you should be in good shape.
Okay. Yeah, and the fines were already paid, so.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you very
All
much.
right. Bye-bye.
Our next case, Wanda Aquavella, Leonard Champagne, presenting case number CE 2602016, case address 1009 Northeast 17th Court, owner Garrett Cardwell and Bianca Curidango, posted at property 31126, posted at 1 East Broward 21926. Yes.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 2602-0166, address 1009 Northeast 17th Court. This property was initially inspected on February 10th, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15281A. This is operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. This is a repeat violation, CKCE 24040185. Fine shall accrue from the date of the violation was first observed until the compliance is met. This case will be scheduled for a special magistrate hearing, whether it comes into compliance or not. The property was found to be out of compliance on February 10th and February 17th. The violation was complied on February 24th, 2026. The advertisement was removed. Due to the nature of the violation, the city is requesting a fine of $500 for each day this property was out of compliance, for a total of $1,000.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Garrett Cardwell.
All right, are you in agreement that this is a repeat violation and the fines?
I didn't realize it was a repeat violation. Did this happen? The same situation happened previously? Is that what?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, the person that met my wife, we're going through a divorce, so kind of like everything's a little, and she kind of handles some of that, and so I didn't realize as soon as I got the notice, which was actually one of the guests messaged me because I don't live on the property. I took it down, which I think is even before I received it in the mail at my house. So I tried to comply, and I have since then rectified, got everything in order. Just wasn't able to get the inspection scheduled prior to coming in, but it's scheduled for the 3rd. So.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Your Honor, as like I said, most people would have vacation rentals just like any other business. They need to have a certificate, and I think most people are aware that you have to have a certificate. Then you get to the point that we cited it before. They take a listing down, and now it's a repeat violation, and that's why you're looking at the two days of $500 a day. We're also, remember, when we post the property and we also mail the property.
Yeah.
So they would have got that posted and then mailed on the other violation, the repeat one.
Okay, I'm going to impose the fine. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 5, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 251000309, case address 2641 Northwest 16th Court, owner Alpheus Davis and Anthony Davis and all others, posted at property 3526, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Inspector Proto, City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address is read. The property was inspected on 10/9/25 and the following violations were observed. 9-305B has complied. 9-304B, the paved driveway is in disrepair. The driveway has stains, cracks, and needs to be cleaned, repaired, or resurfaced. 9-306, the exterior walls and fascia are not maintained, and the areas of the exterior that have chipped, missing, peeling paint. 9-280B, the garage door and exterior garage wall is covered with plywood and needs to be repaired and replaced. 9-278E has complied. An inspection report was posted at the property on 10/9/25. Notice of hearing was posted on 3/5/26. As of pre-hearing inspection on 3/25/26, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 119 days or $50 a day thereafter for each violation with an order to reappear.
Okay. All right. Please state your name for the record.
Anthony E. Davis.
Oh,
After
okay.
your statements.
Okay. Mr. Davis, is this your dad?
My brother, oldest
Brother, okay. I'm bad with ages, so don't get insulted. Is he the owner of the property, or both the owner together?
All four of us, all my other two siblings also. But
Okay.
we the only two that stay there.
All right.
With Winterman down.
Okay. Are you in agreement with bringing the property into compliance within 119 days or face a fine of $50 a day?
We are, but for the garage door, that's a separate problem because we didn't do that. So we're trying to get with the police department of the city of Boynton Beach to get them to repair that damage which they caused. But I've
How
already,
did the city of Boynton Beach?
because they had a warrant for somebody that they were looking for at our house that wasn't there. And
I see.
the door was
Okay.
open. They could have went through the front door, but they chose to blow up the side door, blow up the kitchen door, which blew
All
up
right,
the
good luck
garage.
with that. All right, so I'm going to give the 119 days, but there's going to be an order to reappear in July 23rd.
Okay.
And if you're diligent with everything else, and you tell me that, the case against Boynton Beach is in process or
Okay.
whatever, you need a little more time, I'll try to work with you.
Okay.
But let's start with this 119 days and do the best you can.
Okay, we have estimates for everything, just
Good,
trying to
good.
find the funding.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
In terms of I've tried to reach the city of Fort Lauderdale Risk Management, never got a response. They don't even return the call, but that was a task force that did
In conjunction with the city of Fort Lauderdale, or?
Yeah, Fort Lauderdale was there, Boynton Beach was there, Broward
Yeah,
County was there.
unfortunately, I
But-
can't,
but they kept telling us Boynton Beach was the lead.
Yeah.
So
All
we're
right.
kind of stuck. When they finish their investigation, we've been advised by lawyers that they can't proceed against Boynton Beach
Yeah.
until the investigation is over.
Unfortunately, I can't give you legal advice on that. I wouldn't know what to do anyway. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So who should I try to seek legal advice from?
Well, if you have a claim against the city of Fort Lauderdale, going to risk management is probably a good thing. Is there any other thing that you could suggest? Yeah, just keep at risk management to try to.
Thank
all right?
you.
Okay, thanks.
Our next case, page 23, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2509-0503, case address 1408 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner AARLA LLC, posted at property 31426, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Good morning. Code Officer Malik Jones, presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale, reference to case CE 250-90503, in reference to the address of 1408 Northwest 9th Avenue. This case was first cited on October 23, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12.A is complied. 47-21.15.F.3. A tree was removed from this RM-15 property without first obtaining a permit. It shall be unlawful to remove a tree without first obtaining a tree removal permit. A ficus tree was removed without first obtaining a permit. This case will be brought to the special magistrate to request an imposition of fines up to $15,000 per tree for an irreparable and irreversible violation. 9-304B is complied. 9-305B is complied. 9-306 is complied. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. The city is requesting 63 days to come into compliance of 47-21.15.F.3 or a fine of $100 a day thereafter until compliance is met.
Okay, what did you say, 63 days?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
Furthermore, the city is requesting to impose a $1,000 fine for the irreversible and irreparable violation. The city is also requesting 15 days for 9-363 to comply or a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Rosario Sanchez.
Okay, move the microphone down a little bit so that I
My
can
name
hear.
is Rosario Sanchez.
Okay, all right. It looks like you all started pretty well, and the only thing left to do is to register the rental. You can do that online?
Yes.
Has that been done yet?
It's been done. She
All
has
right,
to
state your name for the record.
Luis Maqueira.
Okay, all right.
Somebody was managing the property for her and was not doing this. We're going to help her now, so yes, we'll take care of that.
Okay, all right, good. All right, so 15 days, and that can be done online, but if you've already started, you know that. Now, the unlawful removal of the tree, they have to do an after permit, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. So the city is requesting 63 days for you to get that permit. Are you in agreement with that part?
Yes, we already started getting the permit. All is being taken care of right now.
Okay.
And we have a number of a case for the
Okay,
permit.
and because the tree was removed without a permit, the city's requesting $1,000. They could request up to $15,000, but they're requesting $1,000 at this time. Are you in agreement with that?
Can I add something? Because what happened, this other person, when they put panels, so they say they're going to trim the tree. And she didn't even know they were doing the tree like that. The tree is still half of the what do you call the tree is still there. We didn't remove the whole tree, but we removed the whole branches.
Okay.
But it was not done by her knowledge. We're taking care of that. But we don't know, when you say remove the tree, they didn't remove the whole tree. They cut all the branches, yes, they cut it.
Okay.
Did you get that?
Did you understand?
No.
Yes, we have an arborist to speak on behalf of the city.
Yes. Let me hear from him.
Hello, my name is Robert Fisk. I'm an arborist with the city of Fort Lauderdale. When you do remove a tree, if the tree is still basically there, the trunk is still there, if it's over 18 inches, you will need an arborist report to accompany your application for removal. Right now, that's a good thing because it's not considered an after the fact if the main part of the trunk is still there. It's a regular tree removal permit, but you will need an arborist report to accompany your application for removal.
We're doing that, and we have a case number for that.
You need to have something in our system showing that you've applied and you're in our system that you're moving forward with the tree removal application.
Okay.
Okay. How does it work that the tree was not actually removed but cut back?
They may have cut it. Some overzealous tree trimmers will cut it back to almost a stump, or just cut all the main branches off and leave what's called hat racking. They've in essence destroyed the tree. So if it's to that degree, we require that they actually pull a permit, remove the tree, and they have to go through mitigation to replace a tree on the property.
Do we know that that's what happened here? Is there a picture of it?
Is the trunk still there?
Special magistrate, they would have to grant me access to the backyard to view if the stump is still on the property, and I could conduct that on my next inspection.
Okay, yeah, I'm...
The tree is still, the trunk is still there. And it's a huge trunk.
All right, so I'm reluctant to order the fine until we know what happened there.
Correct. If they give me access, I can see if the trunk is still there.
It's access, you can go, there's no gate to go to the back.
Most of the tree was removed.
Okay. All right, so how do you want to handle this? Do we have to reschedule this or in order to reappear?
Yes, we can reschedule with an order to reappear.
Okay, all right. But for right now, I'm going to enter an order for 63 days for you to get the permit and 15 days to register all right? And if you don't register within 15 days, there'll be $100 a day fine, okay? I'm going to withhold any fine on the tree until he gets a chance to go out there and figure out what happened. All right. What?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, yes. You'll reappear on my May 28th docket after he's had a chance to look at it. If he complies the case in the meantime, then that's fine. All right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 45, Inspector Bernstein Seinberg, case number CE 26010296, case address State Road 7, owner John and P. Easy Trust. This case was first cited at 11026 to comply by 12026. One section complied for a total of $372.76. Appeal deadline was 2926, and the city is requesting the full amount. This is an administrative appeal.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Bernstein Sandberg for the City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 26010296, property address State Road 7, 1812A, complied. There is a notice of hearing posted on March 11, 2026. This property was inspected on January 8th for overgrowth, trash, and debris. A notice was mailed to the owner on January 13th, 2026. A reinspection conducted on January 22nd, 2026 revealed a violation remained. Due to this property being a vacant property, I contacted the city contractor and did a process for the city contractor to remove the trash and debris. The city contractor cleaned the property on January 27, 2026, and I was given a notice that he did clean the property, and I went back on January 29th, and the property was complied on the date of January 29th. Magistrate, so when we sent out the notice to the city contractor to remove, his job is to basically take a picture before, showing that the work was there, that needed to be cut or cleaned out. And then once he does the job, he sent a picture after the fact. And so before he went out, he took a picture, and after he cleaned it, he took a picture. So the owner is contesting the fact that he went out just before the city contractor.
Okay. I didn't see the after picture.
So keep going with the picture. I'm going to tell you when to stop. This is the initial, when I was there in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So this is still the beginning.
Uh-huh.
So this is the contractor before and after. So the picture on top is the city contractor was there at the property and took a picture, and the second one is when he cleaned it out. So if there's overgrowth on that property, the city contractor will cut it and clean it up and remove any trash and debris.
Okay. And that contractor says that they were the ones who cleaned up the property.
Correct. So they were there, they took a picture before, they cleaned it out, and they took a picture second. And the owner is stating that before the city did the job, everything was cleaned out.
All right. Sir, please state your name for the record.
John Easy.
Okay. And Mr. Easy, what do you want to tell me in support of your appeal?
I'd like to show you some pictures of what I did.
Sure.
And that's why I'm curious to what I got charged for.
Yeah, sure.
I have pictures of before and after. One of those pictures shows not my property. This is before.
Uh-huh.
And this is after.
Okay. There's no dates on these pictures.
Well, I don't know how to go from a cell phone.
Okay. You need to go back to the podium.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so go back to the podium. So what date did you clean up the property?
On the 19th, January 19th.
January 19th. And,
The city contractor went there on January 27th.
okay.
Those before pictures were your pictures.
Correct.
They weren't the contractor's pictures. Because this is what it looked like before they went out.
So if you look at the screen right now, the top picture is the city contractor picture. So if there's overgrowth on that picture or any trash, he's going to do the job. And if he does the job, he's going to bill, obviously, you.
I have the before picture that shows what it looked like before I did anything. And then I asked if it was satisfactory. And the next thing I know, I got a bill in the mail.
You say you asked. Who did you ask?
I'm not sure of the person's name, the code person that sent the code out, the violation out.
I was the inspector, but I never spoke to you directly, so I'm
Well,
not
not me, but my wife. I mean, we're married.
Yes, I spoke to your
She
wife.
did all the conversation.
Yeah, I spoke to your wife. I told your wife that if she can clean out the property before the city contractor gets there, then obviously the case will be complied.
And that's what I thought I did.
Correct. But when the city went out there, the city contractor went out there, there was still overgrowth, and
That's considered overgrowth? I thought that was clean. If you look at the before picture that I've got and look at the after picture,
well, because there's no date stamp on your picture, I can't really verify if when you took those pictures.
well, I think you showed me a before picture there.
No, that's after the city contractor.
No, not that one. I'm talking about, I thought I saw one of yours that showed what it looked like. Yeah,
That's how
right
it looked like when I was
Right.
there.
That's what it looked like before I went.
Correct.
That's not what it looked like when I was done.
Well,
I just showed you the picture.
Yeah, it seems to me that the city contractor before picture shows substantial improvement. So I tend to give the property owner the benefit of the doubt here.
I
that
went
he
out with
did
invite-
indeed
excuse
go
me.
out there and clean it up. So I'm going to fine for the property owner here.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Our next case, page 58, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25030097, case address 165 Vermont Avenue, owner Angeline John Baptiste. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 11/19/25, one suspension from 1/29/26 to 2/22/26. One section complied at $50 per day, $3,650 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read. This property was first brought before the Special Magistrate on 8/28/25, and at that Special Magistrate hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 83 days to comply, or $50 per day thereafter. At the hearing dated 1/29, Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 28-day extension. On 3/10/26, while posting a notice of hearing at the property was found to be in compliance of all cited violations. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 3/25/26, the property does remain in compliance. The property owner is here on behalf of her property.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Angeline, married son Jane.
Okay. Can you tell me why? It looks like you got everything done within the time you were given, except for the landscaping. Can you tell me why it took longer for that?
Because the reason why it was a misunderstanding, I wasn't sure I was supposed to do that part, because when I purchased the house, that's the way it was. So it was just a misunderstanding. When she explained it to me, I just went home and get it done.
Correct.
Okay. Was she diligent about getting everything done?
She really was. She kept in contact with me. Any like the swell, she forgot that. She went back and immediately put grass on the swell after
what is the
she
city
did that
cost?
part. The city costs are $847.
Okay. City costs are $847. That would be instead of $3650. Do you have a problem with paying city costs, or?
Any way you can lower it, or that's the...
All right. I'll lower it to $500.
Thank you.
Okay.
And how do I pay that? Or?
You'll get an order in the mail, give you instructions.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Our next case, page 57, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 24110523, case address 2837 Southwest 3rd Street, owner Herman Myers and Eric Smith and all others. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 8/28/25. One suspension from 11/6/25 to 1/29/26. One section not complied at $50 per day, $6,300 accrued. One section complied at $50 per day, $5,150 accrued, for a total of $11,450. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Rachel Moore presenting case as read. This property was first inspected, brought before the Special Magistrate on 6/26/25. And at that hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 63 days to comply, or $50 per day per violation thereafter, with the finding of fact for the recurring violations of 18-12A and 9-304 parentheses B. At the Special Magistrate hearing dated 4/24/25, Special Magistrate duty granted an additional 84-day extension. Okay, during this post-magistrate inspection dated 3/10, some violations were found to be in compliance. However, the violation of landscape maintenance remained out of compliance. The city does request the full amount of fines to be imposed, and that fines continue to accumulate. However, the property owner is here to speak on behalf of his property.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Eric Smith.
Okay, looks like you got everything done but the landscaping. Why is it taking so long?
Well, it's done now, and the reason it was taking long initially because there was a mishap on the communication on their half. Because initially, like I stated, I spoke with Ms. Rachel that a previous inspector that came by, they told me I was allowed to put gravel there to park the vehicles, and she said they noticed it, and they said they changed it. That he was supposed to tell me that, but it's in the system.
How much time do you need?
No, yeah, it's done now.
It's done?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just that.
All right, so I'm just going to give you 15 days and suspend the fines to give her a chance to go out and re-inspect. Is that enough time, Inspector?
15 days?
Yes, that's done.
Is that enough time for you?
It's done.
No, he says
you
it's
did it?
done,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
it just
Okay.
has to be re-inspected.
All right.
All
Sounds
right,
good.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 49, Inspector Wanda Aquavella. Who's presenting this one? Leonard Champagne presenting case number CE 25070602, case address 3101 Bayshore Drive, number 1902, owner Britannic Hills Group LLC. This case was first heard 9/25/25 to comply by 10/10/25. One section complied at $1,000, $7,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case CE 25070602, address 3101 Bayshore Drive, unit number 1902. The case was first heard on 9/25/2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city. The property owner was given until 10/10/2025 to correct the violation of 15272A. Property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. As of the pre-hearing inspection on 3/18/2026, the violation still exists. I'd like to add to that, Your Honor, I checked the listing again yesterday, and they removed the listing as of yesterday. The property was inspected a total of 7 times for 10/13/25, 11/3/25, 12/3/25, 1/5/26, 2/5/26, 3/11/26, and 3/18/26. The city is requesting the full impositions of the fines.
Please, okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Diana. I am not the owner. I am here on behalf of the owner. This is a mistake. The owner is not doing Airbnb, not doing short-term rentals in this property. Michael, who has the listing, I was able to contact Michael because Wanda gave me the number from the Airbnb, so I contact him. I have a text message with him telling him that he will need to come here with me today. He's saying that that is not even 1902. But again, the owner is absolutely not doing rentals, short-term rentals in this property.
Is she living in the property herself?
She has a long-term lady, one lady. I personally went there to make sure. She's an older lady. She has the apartment beautiful with all her personal stuff, and she's absolutely not connected to Michael. And Michael is saying that he actually did not put 1902, which is, believe it or not, but again, the owner has no connection with this link. The owner is not doing vacation rentals at all.
Special Magistrate, to your left. I just want to know, who is Michael? But who did you speak to?
Michael.
Who is that?
A human, a person.
Oh, I know it's a human.
How did I get to him? Because Wanda, which amazing, the city employees have been amazing. Wanda so quickly answered my call. Wanda said, look, in the back end of the listing, there is an Airbnb number. So Google it. I Googled. So that's how I got to Michael. Michael answered the phone. And I kind of told him, you have to either come with me to court or take it down.
So after you spoke to Michael, what has the property owner done to make sure that this is no longer at their address? Have you guys reached out to Airbnb yourselves?
I call Airbnb myself. Because the owner is older and is on vacation. I am not, again, I'm a real estate agent. I happen to do her deals, so that's why I'm here, and that's why I waited 2 hours as a courtesy to them. And I'm the one that really went to the property. Again, I call Airbnb, and Airbnb is telling me that they don't see 1902 either.
Your Honor, may I say something?
Yes.
I just want to read something Wanda put on the case for me. She said, I have had contact with a real estate representative, Diane, who had said that the property is rented long-term and they are not operating a vacation rental. I told her the owner needs to contact the Airbnb, have the advertised removed. I also, again, Your Honor, we're back to, you people are running listings and ads, and they're making money and they're running a business. This case was first opened on July 28, 2025. So that means we've had 8 months of them having a listing up that they couldn't remove. And guess what? When I looked at it yesterday, it's been removed.
So when the tenant texted me, because I'm the point of contact, unfortunately, I don't want to be here, but I want to help out. When the tenant texted me, hey, I have a letter on my door for the first time, and I can look up, I think that this was 2 weeks ago, is that I got involved into this before. Maybe the tenant didn't see the paper, maybe she's on vacation, because she has been there for way over a year.
Do you have a copy of the long-term lease?
Yeah, I'm the one that wrote the lease.
Okay.
I
can look up in my I do have, and she just renewed for another year.
As a practical matter, I mean, I've seen it before where, how can she take it down if she didn't put it up?
Yep, exactly, Your Honor. And it takes probably 5-10 minutes to take it down. And it's been
Well,
over
no,
a
you
total
didn't understand the magistrate's question.
I'm sorry.
How could she take it down from Airbnb if they didn't put it up? We've had it here before where tenants have rented out and the landlord has a tough time taking it down. What she's telling me, I think, is she finally got in touch with Michael and they realized the mistake. And did Michael take it down?
Michael took it down because this is not a scam.
So
it wasn't
the owner.
Yeah.
Like I said, Your Honor.
It is a mistake because, and Michael at least has been cooperative and he answered my text message. But if it would be a scam, how the owner really can do anything?
Special Magistrate, is the listing down, Lenny?
The listing is down.
The listing is down. If she shows us where that they have a long-term lease and where they reached out to Airbnb, this we can consider it. So I would.
Computer, I've been working here for 2 hours.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. So I would say at this point, not to take any action, Special Magistrate. Let's pass it for now, and then we'll come back in a few minutes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Rhonda. Do you want to say
show him
something?
the lease. I'll take the next case, and then we'll come back to this.
Our next case, page 42. Inspector Wanda Aquavella, Leonard Champagne, presenting case number CE 260200502, case address 801 Northwest 18th Street, owner Renee David Roque and Carolina Rivera, posted at property 31126, posted at 1 East Broward 21926.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for KCEs 2602, 0502, 801 Northwest 18th Street. The property was initially inspected on February 18, 2024, and the following violation was observed. 15282 D1B. There is a qualifying number of violations at this vacation rental property to request a certificate suspension of 365 days before the special magistrate. The qualifying violation cases are 17 KCE 25110-669 had 4 violations, 17711A amplified noise, 17710A non-amplified noise, 15278-1E parking violation, and 15278-2B over the maximum allowed occupancy. All these violations were found to exist by the magistrate at a hearing on 1/13/2026. The city is requesting the full 365-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Rene Gonzalez.
Okay. It appears that there are 4 violations, and that requires me to enter a 365-day suspension. Do you have tenants set up for?
Yeah. So on November that happens. The inspector called me and I went to a property. It's a short-term rental. There were the cars and the guest was having this Thanksgiving reunion. I stopped the reunion right away. Before I left, everyone left. Went back to my house, opened a case with an Airbnb. They shut down the client. He's not able to book any Airbnb anymore. After that, I took other measures to avoid this, and I have more strict policies. When they book now, they receive, if I make this automatic message, sending all the violations on the city codes. Sometimes they don't book because of that, but I also install a doorbell camera to be able to see if there are many cars outside. As I said, that happened in November. It's been 5 months, no other issues, not even now during spring break. The issue was controlled right away. Your Honor, this is just not a random property. It's my home where I live with my wife. I respect the community. I have 3 employees that rely on this job. If you suspend the account and suspend my certificate, it's going to damage my family. There was no property damage. I can't even say that they damaged my private property. It didn't happen. It was only 1-2 hours window violation that is completely corrected. So respectfully, I ask you, and I think, in my humble opinion, that canceling my certificate would be overwhelming and so disproportionate for what happened. And it didn't happen again. It's proof that it's working now. It's been 5 months. Not any other complaints, nothing like that. So please help me with this. I paid the fine. It was 4 citations. I came here last month to the hearing.
But there are 4 violations
Yeah,
on this
because
property.
what they do is if they are playing music and they are talking loud, that's 2 violations. And then the cars, because there were more than the 2 cars allowed in the property. Therefore, there were more people. I understand that, but canceling my license, for 365 days, even for a month, it will damage my small business. And there is not an ongoing issue here. It already started a one-time thing and never happened again. I already paid the $1,000 fine. I'm able to or willing to pay for the court fees, but please help me here. I spoke with one. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so neighbors. She told me that other inspector would be here. I spoke to her. I explained to her. Said, okay, I'm not going to be there, but talk to them and please help me here.
Is there anything more from the city?
Like I said, Your Honor, the city is requesting the full 365-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
Yeah, you know, I just don't have any discretion in the matter. If there's 4 violations, the code says I have to suspend. Right? There's
Respect, but the code says that it's under your discretion. It doesn't say that automatically it would be a suspension.
City attorney went away.
Your Honor,
It
can I
would
say
be
something?
fines and a possible suspension, but that's where we are here.
Your Honor, just to remind the gentleman is if we were suspended, you could still be renting for 30 days or more or long terms.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. But, sir, why would you suspend my license? It was just one thing. It was only one time, and I already corrected the issue. That's not how we are supposed to do. I mean, the law. I see here that you have people here that have ongoing issues for months and years. I respect the law. This is beyond my control at some point because it's a guest. It's not me doing that. And I went there. It was 11 p.m. as you can see, and I corrected the issue. Help me here. Why would you suspend my license and damage me? I understand the Ward 4 violation. I'm not saying no.
Okay, sir.
So, Your Honor, under 15-282D, the language says, in addition to any fines or other remedies described herein or as provided by law, a special magistrate may suspend a vacation rental certificate of compliance in accordance with the following. And then, of course, subsection 1B says a 4th violation shall be suspended for a period of 365 days. So,
you see, I don't have any choice in the matter.
It's up to your discretion.
No, it's not. It's not because you have 4 violations. It's not my discretion. I'm sorry. I realize this is a harsh result, but there's nothing I can do about it except I could give you 60 days if you have people coming in the next 60 days. But that's the best I can do for you, or I can make it effective today, and then it'll start to run sooner.
And can you at least lower the 365 days to half a year?
I can't. It says, doesn't it say 365 days before violation?
yes, it does. So there's the 2 parts. It says a special magistrate may suspend a vacation rental certificate in accordance with the following, and then upon a 4th violation of this article, the vacation rental certificate shall be suspended for a period of 365 calendar days.
It does not give me any discretion. I'm appointed by the City Commission, and they give me so much authority in which to act. And when a law says I shall do something, that means I have no discretion in the matter.
But it says may.
Okay. No, you're not reading the whole statute together. It says I may, unless there's 4 violations, and then I shall. So that's the way the code reads. I'm sorry, like I said, I know it's harsh, but do you want the 60 days or do you want it to start immediately?
Yeah. Please, the 60
why?
days.
Immediate.
Which one?
The 60 days.
Okay.
This amplified violation, it looks like it's one, and they made a...
I know, and people have criticized that before, that if all the violations happen on one night from one incident, it shouldn't be this harsh. And, but that's the way the code is written, and there's nothing I can do about it. So, you can speak to the City Commission, who writes the law. That's the only thing I could say.
Is that a hearing appealing that I can request?
I can't give you legal advice, but you're entitled to your right to appeal.
But is that a process that I can follow?
I would suggest you get legal counsel involved, but they can appeal to the circuit court.
Now, this suspension is going to be from which date? From the 60 days, from today, from that date of the violation?
Well, if you want the 60 days, because
Yes.
you have people coming in or
Yes.
whatever, I can give you that. So then the 365 days will start on the 60th day.
Right.
Okay.
All right, or the 61st day. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
You again, Diana. All right, where are we with this one? What page are we on?
49.
Yes, 49. Okay. So at the time in question, there was a long-term lease?
Yes, Special Magistrate. At the time of question is a long-term lease, so provided that she sends us the lease so we can add it to the record, we'll move to dismiss the case.
What are we going to do?
We'll move to dismiss the case.
Okay,
Let me
very
recall
good.
it.
All right.
I'm going to recall the case on page 49, case number CE 250-70602, case address 3101 Bayshore Drive, number 1902, owner Britannic Hills Group.
Okay. Based on the long-term lease, I'm going to move to dismiss this case.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honor.
Thank you.
All right. Going to take a break?
I was too cold. No, I was way too cold.
Can I forward it to my email address? We're taking a 10-minute break. Our next case, page 3, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 26020020, case address 1316 East Las Olas Boulevard, number 200, owner Beth W. Gordon, posted at property 3626, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Inspector David Goodrum Jr. for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case number CE 260-20020, property address 1316 East Las Olas Boulevard, Unit 200, on behalf of Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert. This property was inspected on February 7th in regards to a resident's complaint. Violation 25-4 is complied. There is an obstruction to the sidewalk at this location. There are multiple A-frame signs that have been placed on the sidewalk and public right-of-way at this B1 zone commercial property. This is a recurring violation referred to case CE 230-20301. This case will proceed to the Special Magistrate for finding of facts whether the violation complies prior to the hearing date. The notice of hearing posted on March 7, 2026. The city is requesting finding of fact for violation 25-4.
So ordered.
That was so loud.
Our next case, page 6, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25120412, case address 1075 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner MDC Coast 26 LLC, in care of Love Car Wash Group LLC, posted at property 3426, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Good morning, your Magistrate Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 25120412. Property address 1075 West Sunrise Boulevard. Property was first inspected in December 17, 2025. Following violation was observed. Violation 18-12A as overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris, including but not limited to tires, concrete, blocks on this property. And it's well, this is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 24080050. This case will be heard at the next available special magistrate, whether or not this property comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate. Your Honor, at this time, all violations in compliance, the city is requesting a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25110117, case address 1632 Northwest 15 Terrace, owner Medicor Milas, posted at property 3426, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Again, good morning, your Magistrate, Inspector Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 25110117, property address 1632 Northwest 15 Terrace. This property was first inspected in December 17, 2025. And the following violation were observed. Violation 18-1, there is under the carport storage at this property that is creating a public nuisance. The items being stored under the carport include but not limited to mattresses, furniture, plastic buckets, and other miscellaneous items. It is being maintained in such manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents or vermin or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threaten or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economy or welfare of the adjacent properties. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its well. There is trash, debris along the fence and the front of this property. The property the debris consists of but is not limited to pieces of broken concrete, sandbags, and miscellaneous litter. Violation 18-4C, there's a derelict vehicle on the property. The vehicle is described as a black four-door Kia Forte with expired tag HMTV92, 1019, and flat tires. Violation 9-280H1 is in compliance. Violation 9-280H2, there is an accessory structure violation at this property. The fascia area around the carport is damaged and has areas of stain and missing faded paints. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the front lawn area. Violation 9-306, the area of the fascia that have stain and missing peeling paints. Violation 9-313.A, property is not being the property is not identified by approved address numbers. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 4th, 2026, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 19, 2026, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-1 or a fine of $50 each day thereafter. 10 days for violation 18-12A or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. 10 days for violation 18-4C or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. And then 35 days for violation 9-280H2 or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. 35 days for violation 9-305B or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. 35 days for violation 9-306 or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. And 10 days for violation 9-313.A or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
So ordered. I got a question, though. That doesn't look like a Kia Forte to me. Did I miss a picture?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Yeah, it's not a Kia Forte. We would have to withdraw that actual violation.
Okay. All right, so ordered.
Our next case, page 8, Inspector Boveri-Xantis, case number CE 2511-0418, case address 1839 Lauderdale Manor Drive, owner Studio 825 Rentals, LLC, posted at property 3426, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Good afternoon, your Magistrate, Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 2511-0418. Property address 1839 Lauderdale Manor Drive. This property was first inspected on November 21st, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its well. This is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 21010745. This case will be heard at the next available special magistrate, whether or not the property comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate. At this time, this violation is complied. Violation 18-4C, there are multiple derelict vehicles parked, stored on this property and as well, including but not limited to a black Infiniti dismantle and a white Dodge van, 3500 with expired tag. This is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 21010745. This case will be heard at the next available special magistrate. Whether or not this property comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate, this violation is in compliance. Violation 9-280H1. The chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence is leaning and bent. This violation also is in compliance. Violation 9-304B. The cement driveway is in disrepair. There are cracks and broken section of the driveway. This violation also is in compliance. Violation 9-304A. There's overgrowth, landscape material, along with accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. This is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 21010745. This case will be heard at the next available special magistrate, whether or not this property comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate. This violation is also in compliance. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in the neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 2101-04-7045. This case will be heard at the next available special magistrate, whether or not this case comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate. This violation is also in compliance. And lastly, 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paints. This is also in compliance. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact.
Okay, granted as to 1812A, 9-305A, and 9-305B. Is that, did I get them all?
18-4C.
But I'm sorry.
Yeah, 18-4C also. Okay, so ordered.
Our next case, page 9, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2601-0037, case address 133 Southwest 22nd Terrace, owner Yaro Murillo, posted at property 3626, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 260-10037 for the property located at 133 Southwest 22nd Terrace. The property was first inspected on January 3rd, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 47-21.15.D.1. 2 Royal Poinciana trees on this RSA zone property have been hat-racked. This violation is irreparable and irreversible in nature. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on March 21st, 2026, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 63 days to come into compliance of section 47-21.15.D.1 or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. Furthermore, the city is seeking to impose a fine in the amount of $1,000 per tree for a total of $2,000 for the irreparable and irreversible violation.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2601-0407, case address 1821 Southwest 22nd Avenue, owner Ryan David Frederick, posted at property 22726, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 260-10407 for the property located at 1821 Southwest 22nd Terrace. The property was first inspected on January 10, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.4.8.1 complied. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swale area. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on March 21st, 2026, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance of section 9-305B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
Okay, you said 63 days?
35 days.
35 days, I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 10, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2601-0221, case address 2664 Southwest 7th Street, owner Sean Bruce, posted at property 22526, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 260-10221 for the property located at 2664 Southwest 7th Street. The property was first inspected on January 9, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 18-4.C complied. 25-14 complied. There is a white Chevy pickup truck discharging offensive fluids and matter, wastewater, into the streets at this RMM 25 zone property. The violation has complied. However, this is an irreparable and irreversible violation. 47-34.1.8.1 complied. There is illegal outdoor storage occurring at this property. The items being stored outdoors include, but is not limited to, 2 brown sofas, broken pieces of concrete, extension cords, and other miscellaneous items. The violation has complied. However, this is a repeat violation to case CE 250-30515. 47-34.4.C.1 complied. There is a vehicle parked and being stored at this RMM 25 zone property for the purpose of living or sleeping. The vehicle is described as a white Chevy truck with a modified enclosed attachment on the rear bed, and the truck is displaying Florida tag number DI48VI, expiring 8/25. This is a recurring violation to case CE 250-30515. As of an inspection conducted on February 25th, 2026, the property is now in compliance. The city is requesting $15,000 for the irreparable and irreversible violation of Section 25-14. Furthermore, the city is requesting to impose a fine in the amount of $100 per day for each day repeat violation 47-34.1.8.1 was out of compliance. The violation complied on February 4th, 2026, and was out of compliance for 26 days for a total of $2,600. The city is also seeking a finding of fact for recurring violation 47-34.4.C.1.
So ordered.
Our next case, page 11, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 25120579, case address 412 Southwest 12th Street, owner Sandra Milian and Jacobo Quinones, posted at property 3426, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address as read into the record. Inspection was conducted on this property December 20th, 2025 and cited for the following violations. 18-12A is complied. 24-27B is complied. 47-22.9 is complied. 47-34.1.A.1 is complied. 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1. The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. This is a repeat violation. See case CE 24080043. Fine shall accrue from the date the violation was first observed until compliance is achieved. This case will be presented to the magistrate for the imposition of fines of up to $5,000 per day due to the repeat nature of this violation. 9-305B is complied. Inspection report was posted at this property December 20th, 2025, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. Re-inspected January 28th, 2026, posted March 4th, 2026 for this hearing. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted March 23rd, 2026, and found that the violation remains. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed of $18,600 and continue to accrue at $200 per day.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 26010220, case address 811 Southeast 16th Street, owner 811 Southeast 16th Street, LLC, posted at property 3226, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
That case was complied.
Next case, page 12, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 25040723, case address 1201 Northwest 11th Court, owner Asset Equity Holdings LLC, posted at property 3426, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Good morning, Your Magistrate, Officer Exantis on behalf of the City of Lauderdale. Community Enhancement, case number CE 2407, 25040723. Property address 1201 Northwest 11th Court. This property was first inspected in April 24, 2025, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-1. There's an excessive amount of chairs, table, plastic bags, and other miscellaneous items under the carport at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threaten or endangers the public health, safety, and welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 9-276C1 is complied. Violation 9-280B is complied. Violation 9-305A is complied. The city is requesting 15 days for violation 18-1, or fine of $100 for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, but we can break.
We'll take a 15-minute break. Our next case, page 13, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 250-80341, case address 840 Northwest 3rd Street, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Leroy Tonnage, posted at property 3726, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Good afternoon. Senior Code Compliance Officer Vanessa Willis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case as read. This property was first inspected on August 18th, 2025 for the following. Violation 9-276, parentheses B, parentheses 3. There is evidence of an infestation in apartment number 4, including but not limited to roaches, rats, termites, and ants. Violation 9-276, parentheses C, parentheses 1, dirty, discolored driveways or courts. Violation 9-278, parentheses C, there are electrical outlets not working. Violation 9-280, parentheses B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, including but not limited to the kitchen cabinets and shower drain inside unit number 4. Violation 9-305, parentheses B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint, including areas where the soffit and fascia have gaps, holes, and in disrepair. And violation 9-307, parentheses A, there are windows, doors, which are not secured in a tight-fitting, weatherproof manner. Violation 9-313, parentheses A, complied. Violation 9-363, complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 25th, 2026, and the following violations remain in non-compliance as depicted in the photos. 9-276, parentheses B, parentheses 3, 9-276, parentheses C, parentheses 1, 9-278, parentheses C, 9-280, parentheses B, 9-305, parentheses B, 9-306, and 9-307A. The city is requesting 91 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2510-0500, case address 537 Northwest 16th Avenue. Owner Melanie Aquino, posted at property 3726, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Senior Code Compliance Officer Vanessa Willis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read. This property was cited on October 16, 2025 for the following. Violation 18-12, parentheses A, there's overgrowth, trash, debris on this property and or its swell, including but not limited to the exterior doors, parts, and car equipment / jacks, etc., throughout the property. Violation 9-280, parentheses H, parentheses 1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The chain link fence is broken, sagging, and has missing gates at the entrance. The masonry wall on the north side of the property is dirty and discolored. Violation 9-304, parentheses B, complied. Violation 9-305, parentheses B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. And violation 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 25th, 2026, and the following violations remain in noncompliance as depicted in the photos. 18-12A, 9-280, parentheses H, parentheses 1, 9-305, parentheses B, 9-306, and 9-363. The city is requesting the following. For violation
9-304B.
I'm sorry?
That one's complied.
Yes, it's complied.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Thank you.
You're fine. Violation 18-12, parentheses A, 10 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter. For 9-280H1, 9-305B, and 9-306, 35 days to comply or $100 per day. And finally, 9-363, 15 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 25060-843, case address 1305 Northwest 2nd Street, owner Tia Commercial LLC, posted at property 3726, posted at 1 East Broward, 31026.
I apologize, but Senior Code Compliance Officer Vanessa Willis, that case is complied. Thank you.
Next case, page 16, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25120-378, case address 826 Northwest 3rd Street, owner Noor Development Group LLC, posted at property 3526, posted at 1 East Broward, 31026.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Co-Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on January 21st and given time to correct for the following violation. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The city is requesting compliance within 63 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25120-379, case address 824 Northwest 3rd Street, owner Noor Development Group LLC, posted at property 3526, posted at 1 East Broward, 31026.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Co-Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on January 21st and given time to correct for the following violation. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The city is requesting compliance within 63 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25120-383, case address 820 Northwest 3rd Street, owner Tulin Sinaglu and Aaron Single and all others, posted at property 3526, posted at 1 East Broward, 31026.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Co-Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on January 21st and given time to correct for the following violations. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris in the easement behind this RMM-25 residential property. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The city is requesting compliance within 35 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 17, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25120-387, case address 804 Northwest 3rd Street, owner 808 Northwest 3rd Street LLC, posted at property 3526, posted at 1 East Broward, 31026.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Co-Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on January 21st and given time to correct for the following violations. 18-12A is complied. 47-19.2.II.2 is complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The city is requesting compliance within 63 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter. Additionally, we are seeking a finding of fact for violation 18-12A, and any subsequent occurrence will be seen as a repeat violation, and fines will begin to accrue immediately.
So ordered.
Next case, page 18, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 2601-0637, case address 822 Northwest 3rd Street, owner Tulin Sinaglu and Aaron Single, posted at property 3526, posted at 1 East Broward, 31026.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Co-Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on January 21st and given time to correct for the following violations. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris in the easement behind this RMM-25 residential property. 18-4C is complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The city is requesting compliance within 35 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 19, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2507-0283, case address 1041 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner MBPX LLC, posted at property 31426, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Good afternoon. Code Officer Malik Jones presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale, reference to case CE 250-70283 for the address of 1041 Northwest 7th Terrace. This case was first cited on July 9, 2025 for the following violations: 18-4.C, complied; 47-20.20.H, complied; 9-280C, complied; 9-304B, complied; 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas on the swell facing Northwest 11th Street of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306 is complied. 9-363 is complied. The city is requesting 63 days for 9-305B to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2507-0600, case address 29 Northeast 16th Street, owner Carrie Romero and Fabiola Torres, posted at property 31226, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Code Officer Malik Jones presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to the case that was just read in. This case was first cited on July 19, 2025 for the following violations: 18-12.A, complied; 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. The city is requesting 91 days for 9-305B and 9-306 to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter, and 10 days for 18-12.A to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
You just said it was complied. 12A is complied.
My apologies. Yes, that's complied.
Is it complied?
He said yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 20, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2509-0465, case address 1218 Northwest 6th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2, owner John Malik, posted at property 31226, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Code Officer Malik Jones presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to the case that was just read in. This case was first cited on September 18, 2025 for the following violations: 18-4.C, complied; 47-20.20.H, parking facilities are not being properly maintained and may create a hazard or nuisance. There are 2 wheel stops that are broken and have exposed iron rods. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. The city is requesting 91 days for 47-20.20.H to comply, or a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter, and 15 days for 9-363 to comply, or a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 21, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2508-0534, case address 1044 Northwest 7th Avenue, owner North Bimini LLC, posted at property 31226, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Code Officer Malik Jones presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to the case that was just read in. This case was first cited on August 20, 2025 for the following violations: 18-12.A, complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 230-70828. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. 9-280H1, complied. The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 230-70828. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. 9-304B, complied. There are missing areas of asphalt in the driveway. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 230-70828. Presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. 9-305B, complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 230-70828. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. 9-30, 8B, complied. 9-363, complied. The city is seeking a finding of fact for 18-12.A, 9-280H, 9-304B, and 9-305B.
Okay, so are they all complied?
Yes, ma'am, they're just recurring cases.
Okay. Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 22, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25090707, case address 1004 Northeast 14th Place, owner Luima Properties, Inc., posted at property 31226, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Code Officer Malik Jones presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to the case that was just read in. This case was first cited on September 26, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12.A. There is overgrowth, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its well. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 250-20440. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. 9-305A. There is growth of landscape material along an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. The city is requesting 15 days for 9-305A and 18-12.A to comply or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter, and will also be seeking a finding of fact for the violation of 18-12.A.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25100435, case address 900 Northeast 13th Street, owner Fort YNES LLC, posted at property 31226, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Code Officer Malik Jones presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to the case that was just read in. This case was first cited on October 15, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12.A, complied. 47-20.20.H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property, included but not limited to cracks, potholes, and the surface is uneven. The city is requesting 119 days for 47-20.20.H to comply or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Next case, page 25, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25090833, case address 311 Florida Avenue, owner Maria M. Tapia, posted at property 3326, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read. This property was first inspected on 9/30/25 and the following violations were observed. 18-1 was complied on 3/24. 18-12 parentheses A is complied. 18-4 parentheses C was complied on 3/24. However, there are derelict vehicles on the swell and property, including 5 cars with flat tires and grass grown over the tires. This is a recurring violation per case CE 210605553. 47-39.8.1.B parentheses 6 parentheses B complied on 3/24. However, it is a recurring violation. There is outside storage at this RS 6.7 irregular residential zone property, including but not limited to tires and a tarp. This is a recurring violation per case CE 210605553. 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1 was complied on 3/24. 9-304 parentheses B was complied on 3/24. However, this is also a recurring violation.
Are those the right pictures?
No. That's a different case. This is for 311 Florida Avenue, Florida. Okay. All right.
That makes more sense.
9-04 parentheses B was complied on 3-24. However, this is a recurring violation as the driveway there were vehicles and trailers parked on the grass lawn area, including 5 vehicles. The driveway also has grass and weeds growing through it and is marked with dark stains. This is a recurring violation per case CE 210605553. 9-305, parentheses B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation per case CE 210605553. And 9-308, parentheses B, is complied. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the cited violations, and as a pre-hearing inspection dated 3/24/26, the property does remain out of compliance. The city is requesting 35 days or $50 per day thereafter, and a finding of fact for our recurring violations.
Okay, so is that just for 305B?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so ordered.
Next case, page 26, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 251000083, case address 81 Southwest 31st Avenue, owner New Global Holdings, Inc., posted at property 3326, posted at Winnie's Broward 31026.
Inspector Rachel Moore presenting case as read. This property was first inspected on 10/3/25 and the following violations were observed. 18-12, parentheses A, there's overgross trash, debris, rubbish on this property and its swell. There's trash scattered throughout the property. This is a recurring violation per case CE 210500052. 47-19.4.D.8 is complied. 47-19.5.D.5, there is a buffer wall on the property that is stained with a black substance along the back of this RS67 irregular residential zone property. 47-20.20, parentheses H, there are parking facilities that are not being maintained at this RS 6.7 irregular residential zone property. There are potholes and stains throughout the parking lot. 9-280, parentheses H, parentheses 1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The wooden fence in the back of the property has deteriorated slates and half painted and some chipped areas. 9-305B, parentheses B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306 is complied on 3/24. However, this is a recurring violation. The exterior walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, were in disrepair, and there are areas of the exterior that has stains and missing peeling paint. And this is recurring per case number CE 210500052. There has been no contact with this property owner regarding these cited violations. And as per pre-hearing inspection dated 3/24/26, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting the following. For the violation of 18-12, parentheses A, 15 days or $150 per day thereafter. And for the violation of 47-19.5.D.5, 47-20.20, parentheses H, 9-280, parentheses H, parentheses 1, and 9-305, parentheses B, 35 days or $150 per day per violation thereafter. And the city is also requesting a finding of fact for all recurring violations.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 27, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 251000253, case address 1078 Wyoming Avenue, owner Fitu Dalian, posted at property 3326, posted at Wendy's Broward 31026.
Inspector Rachel Moore presenting case as read. This property was first inspected on 10/9/25 and the following violations were observed. 18-12, parentheses A is complied. 14-4, parentheses C is complied. 47-39.8.1.B, parentheses 7, parentheses A, 1 is complied. 9-305, parentheses A is complied. 9-305, parentheses B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. However, the trees in the yard were trimmed back as requested. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair, and there are areas of the exterior that has stains and missing paint. There has been contact with the property owner regarding the cited violations, and as of pre-hearing inspection dated 3/25, the property does remain out of compliance. The city is requesting 91 days to comply, or $50 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Rachel Moore. Case number CE 26010116, case address 2840 Southwest 3rd Court. Owner FKHSFR RLP, in care of First Key Homes LLC. Posted at property 3326, posted at Wendy's Broward 31026.
Inspector Rachel Moore presenting case as read. This property was first inspected on 1/6/26 and the following violations were observed. 18-1 is complied, 18-12A is complied, 18-4 parentheses C is complied, 47-34.1.A.1 is complied, 9-304 parentheses B. One part is complied, which is parking on the grass. However, the driveway is cracked with a black substance throughout. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair, and there are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-308 parentheses B, there's debris, trash, or another element which is not permanent on the roof. They got shoes and things like that. There has been no contact with the property owner regarding these cited violations. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 3/25/26, the property does remain out of compliance. The city is requesting 35 days or $100 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 30, Inspector Rachel Moore. Case number CE 26010165, case address 2851 Southwest 5th Street. Owner, Louisiane Floristo, posted at property 3326, posted at Wendy's Broward 31026.
Inspector Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale presenting case as read. This property was first inspected on 1/7/26 and the following violations were observed. 18-12 parentheses A is complied. 18-4 parentheses C is complied. 9-304 parentheses B was complied on 3/24. The driveway at this property is stained and cracked. This is a recurring violation per case CE 220800402. There has been contact with the property owner regarding the cited violations, and as a pre-hearing inspection dated 3/24, the property was found to be in compliance of all cited violations, and at this time, the city is requesting a finding of fact for the violation of 9-304B.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 26010209, case address 3117 Southwest 12th Place. Owner, Diamond Key Investment LLC. Posted at property 3326, posted at Wendy's Broward 31026.
Inspector Rachel Moore presenting case as read. This property was first inspected on 1/8/26 and the following violations were observed. 18-12 parentheses A is complied. 18-4 parentheses C is complied. 9-304 parentheses B. The driveway at this property has weeds growing through it. 9-305 parentheses B was complied on 3/25. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. There has been no contact with the property owner. However, the tenant has been contacting this inspector throughout the process. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 3/25, the property does remain out of violation, remains out of compliance. The city is requesting the following. For the violation of 9-363, 15 days or $100 per day thereafter. And for the violation of 9-304 parentheses B, 35 days or $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 32, Inspector Muhammad Dayam. Case number CE 25100461, case address 1717 Southwest 10th Avenue. Owner, Robert L. Simon, posted at property 22626, posted at Wendy's Broward 31026.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on October 15, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied, 47-2.2.Q.3 complied, 9-280C complied, 9-304B complied, 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas on the swales facing Southwest 10th Avenue and Southwest 18th Street of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306 complied, 9-308B complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 19, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 35 days to comply for violation 9-305B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 33, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25110309, case address 1823 Southwest 22nd Street, owner Adam Worth, posted at property 22526, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on November 12, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-21.15.I.1.A complied. 9-280C, the walkway is stained. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 19, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 63 days to comply for violation 9-280C or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 36, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25110653, case address 1131 Southwest 32nd Court, owner Lonquin Associates LLC, posted at property 22526, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on October 22, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 24-27.B withdrawn, 47-34.1.A.1 complied, 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence on the west side is disconnected and leaning forward. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 23090727. 9-305B complied, 9-363 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 19, 2026. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting finding of fact for violation 9-280H1.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25120782, case address 1404 Southwest 33rd Court, owner Raymond George Haig Jr., posted at property 22626, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on January 2, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 18-4C, there are multiple derelict vehicles parked on this property, vehicle missing valid or an expired tag. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 24120554. 47-34.4.C.1. There is an RV home parked or being stored at this RS8 single-family residential zone property for the purpose of living or sleeping while parked or stored within the city is not permitted. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 24120554. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 19, 2026. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting finding of fact for violations 18-4C and 47-34.4.C.1.
So ordered.
Next case, page 37, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25120613, case address 813 Southwest 29th Street, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Leo Noriega, posted at property 22526, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on December 20th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied, 24-27B withdrawn, 47-20.20.H. The parking facility at this RM15 zone property is not being maintained as required. The asphalt is worn out, strippings are faded, some wheel stops are cracked, and the paint is faded. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exteriors that have stains and missing peeling paint. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 19, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 63 days to comply for violations 47-20.20.h and 9-306, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2512-0576, case address 1424 Southwest 33rd Court, owner Optimum Ventures LLC, posted at property 22526, posted at Wendy's Broward 31026.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on December 19, 2025. The following violations were observed. 18-12A complied, 24-27B withdrawn, 47-20.13.B.1.B complied, 47-34.1.A.1 complied, 9-304B. There are trailer parked on the grass. This is a recurring violation as per case 24020568. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 25, 2026. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting finding of fact on 9-304B.
So ordered.
Next case, page 38, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2512-0740, case address 1405 Southwest 19th Street. Owner, Bobcat LLC, posted at property 22526, posted at Wendy's Broward 31026.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted in January 2nd, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 18-4C, there is a derelict vehicle on the property, a Chevrolet SUV missing a valid tag. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 25040814. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 25040814. 9-305B, the landscaping at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas on the swale of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 25040814. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 19, 2026. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting finding of fact for violations 18-4C, 9-304B, and 9-305B.
So ordered.
Next case, page 39, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2601-0195, case address 3201 Southwest 9th Avenue, owner Reversi Nogura Rivero, posted at property 22526, posted at Wendy's Broward 31026.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted in January 2nd, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied, 18-4C complied, 9-304B. There are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass. The driveway is in disrepair. The concrete is severely deteriorated and uneven with extensive cracking. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas on the front lawn and the swale of a dead and missing ground cover. 9-306 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 19, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 91 days to comply for violations 9-304B and 9-305B, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 41, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, Leonard Champagne, presenting case number CE 26010854, case address 1703 Northeast 11th Street, owner 1703 Northeast 11th Street LLC, posted at property 31126, posted at Wendy's Broward 21926.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 26010854, address 1703 Northeast 11th Street. This property was initially inspected on January 28, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15281A, this vacation rental is operating with an expired certificate. This is a recurring violation of case CE 25020-196, and will proceed to the special magistrate to obtain a finding of fact whether it comes into compliance or not. The property has come into compliance. A vacation rental inspection passed on 2/10/2026. The city is requesting finding of fact that the violation did exist.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, Leonard Champagne, presenting case number CE 26010899, case address 735 Northeast 15th Street, owner Fang Properties LLC, posted at property 31126, posted at 1 East Broward 21926.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case CE 26010899, address 735 Northeast 15th Street. This property was initially inspected on February 2nd, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 15281A, this vacation rental property is operating with expired certificate. This is a recurring violation of case CE 25020-160 and will proceed to special magistrate to obtain a finding of fact whether it comes into compliance or not. The property has come into compliance. A vacation rental inspection passed on 3/12/2026. The city has requested a finding of fact that the violation did exist.
So ordered.
Next case, page 43, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 26020076, case address 3240 Southwest 17th Street, owner Michelle St. Jean Rejus and Denard St. Jean, posted at property 3526, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on February 5th, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-281A, this property is operating with an expired certificate. 15-2787 is complied. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, March 25th, 2026, and the following violation remains. 15-281A, as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $500 per day thereafter to be imposed. And I would like to note that the vacation rental application has been approved and the inspection is scheduled for Wednesday, April 1st for the renewal.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 44, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 26020136, case address 1701 Southwest 22nd Avenue, owner Aaron Benedict Ducour Jr., posted at property 3526, posted at 1 East Broward 31026.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on February 6, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-281A, this property is operating with an expired certificate. 15-2787, the advertisement for this vacation rental property does not meet the ordinance requirements relating to occupancy. Maximum occupancy is 2 guests per bedroom. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, March 25th, 2026, and the following violation remains. 15-281A and 15-2787. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $500 per day thereafter to be imposed for 15-281A and 15-2787.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next case, page 45, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 26020199, case address 617 Southeast 15th Street, owner Frederick W. Schmidt Jr. Trust. This case was first cited 2726 to comply by 2726. One section complied at $250 for a total of $250. Appeal deadline was 2/22/26, and a citation appeal was received.
Okay.
But nobody showed up.
All right, so we'll impose the fine.
Next case, page 48, Inspector.
46.
Okay. Next case, page 46, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25100568, case address 2041 Southwest 36th Avenue, owner Carolyn Lamb. This case was first cited 11/7/25 to comply by 11/7/25. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 11/22/25. No appeal was received.
Inspector David Goodrum Jr., City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 251-00568 for a property located at 2041 Southwest 36th Ave on behalf of Inspector Matthew Flesher. This case was first cited on November 17, 2025 for the following violations: 24-5A.A1, immediate fines of $500. There was the burning of a wooden desk in the backyard of this property on November 7, 2025. The city is seeking an immediate fine of $500 for violation 24-5A1 due to the transient nature of the violation. There are additional notes. This was cited due to evidence from a firefighter's report. The relevant section is on page 8 of the report, where it states E47 dispatch to topic address for a reported residential structural fire. On arrival, white smoke was found coming from the rear of the home. E47 investigated and found homeowner burning a wooden desk. E47 canceled all incoming units. E47 extinguished fire with water can and informed homeowner not to burn trash in backyard. E47 found no other hazards and cleared the scene.
Okay, fine imposed, $500.
Next case, page 48, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2507019, case address 806 Northeast 16th Place, owner Titan Middle River 8 LLC. This case was first heard 9/25/25 to comply by 11/6/25. Three sections complied at $100 per day, $14,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 51, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25080312, case address 108 Southwest 24th Avenue, owner TML Enterprises LLC. This case was first heard 11/6/25 to comply by 12/11/25. One section complied at $100 per day, $2,900 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 52, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 25050573, case address 911 Northwest 12th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2, owner 15516 Sis Trunk LLC. This case was first heard 10/14/25 to comply by 10/24/25, 10/29/25, and 11/19/25. Two sections complied at $150 per day, $900 accrued. Three sections not complied at $150 per day, $60,300 accrued, for a total of $61,200. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 24100613, case address 1060 Northwest 25th Avenue, owner Cassandra Felton and Marie Robinson Allen Trust. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 9/9/25. One suspension from 11/19/25 to 1/29/26. One section complied at $50 per day for a total of $1,000. One section not complied at $50 per day for a total of $6,300. $7,300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 53, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 25070342, case address 1903 Southwest 3rd Avenue, owner ACS 1903 LLC. This case was first heard 10/14/25 to comply by 11/19/25. One section not complied at $100 per day, $12,700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 55, Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 24070126, case address 1111 Southwest 2nd Court, owner 2017 Benton Small Family Land Trust. This case was first heard 11/12/24 to comply by 1/14/25. There are 3 suspensions noted on the agenda. One section complied at $100 per day, $30,200 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 59, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25040904, case address 3906 Southwest 12th Court, owner Crow Entertainment LLC. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 9/7/25 and 11/19/25. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day, $45,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 61. Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 24090322, case address 1722 Northwest 8th Court, owner Eva Orr Harden. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 7/6/25 and 7/24/25. 3 sections complied at $100 per day for a total of $12,800. We are requesting to vacate the order imposing fine of $11,19/25 and release the lien and to impose the correct amount of $12,800.
So ordered.
Next case, page 63, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25060661, case address 1031 Southwest 31st Avenue, owner Raquel Hidalgo. This case was first heard 11/19/25 to comply by 3/26/26. 5 sections not complied at $50 per day. Fines start 3/27/26, and this was in order to reappear.
Reset it for Massey then?
No, we're just going to start the fines. There are no fines.
Okay, we aren't going to set it for Massey then?
But we will.
Start the fines eventually.
Yeah, but sooner rather than later. The city is requesting to enter page 65 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
And this concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for Thursday, March 26, 2026.
No.
Oh, okay.